Check 1, 2. with clause 5.35 of Council's Code of Meeting Practice, I'd like to inform everyone attending that this meeting is A, being recorded, live streamed, and made publicly available on the Council's website, and B, persons attending the meeting should refrain from making any defamatory statements. In relation to clause 4.18, where a public forum is held as part of a council meeting, it must be conducted in accordance with the other requirements of this code relating to the conduct of council, which means that the public forum will be broadcast via live stream on council webpage and included in the subsequent audio-visual recording of this meeting. To start off today's meeting, I would like to invite Pastor Paul Mozichuk from Liverpool Baptist Church, who will read the Acknowledgement of the Country, the affirmation of council, and offer a prayer for all of us, which will then be followed by the national anthem. Can I invite everyone to please stand?
Before we begin proceedings, we would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and their ancestors past and present, the Cabragul clan of the Darug Nation, and I also acknowledge that this land was accessed by the people of the Darawal and Darug nations. We affirm our hope and dedication to the good government of our city and the well-being of all Liverpool's residents, no matter their race or creed. Tonight we affirm our hope for sound decision-making by Council, which will improve the quality of life in our city. We express our expectations and best wishes for Australia, our nation's future, the Mayor, councillors and staff of Council, and all those associated with good government in Liverpool. We pray. Sovereign Lord, we thank you for the opportunity we have to once again meet in these council chambers. We thank you for this blessed country of Australia and for the privilege we have in living here. We thank you especially for the city of Liverpool and all who call this place a home from all parts of the world. And in a world with so much turmoil, we pray for her peace. And in the words of the prophet Jeremiah, seek the peace and prosperity of the city. Pray to the Lord for it, because if it prospers, you too will prosper. We pray protection for our law enforcement and emergency workers who have to deal sometimes with difficult situations every day. We pray the same for their families who support them. And there are many in our community who are in need and enable us to care as a community. We pray for the Mayor and councillors who have been elected to lead our city and placed here with your authority over us. We also pray that you would bless their families and loved ones. We pray that the deliberations within these chambers will be honouring to you and that good and just decisions always be made. That in these days of much uncertainty, these men and women will lead us by word and example. May you give them wisdom and courage to do what is right for the good of the whole community. For we pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And thank you very much, Pastor Mozichuk, for your kind prayers for us all here today and for the rest of the world. Thank you. We have no apologies. There are no councillors attending remotely, which will take us now to the confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting held on 23rd of July 2025. Moved Councillor McNaught. Do we have a seconder? Seconded Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Are there any declarations of interest?
Mr Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Carnegie.
nominate an interest in NOM 01, non-pecuniary less than significant, but I'll remove myself from the chamber at the time.
Can you just, what's the
The
title?
basis, yeah, I'm glad you asked. It was going to be the next thing I said. The basis for the declaration of interest is I've got an office on George Street that I've recently come into possession of, and it's only been very recent, but it's important to note just because of the context of the NOM.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Carnegie. Councillor Ibrahim?
Yes, I have declared interest as well, NOM 01 and Georgia Street. I will declare non-pecuniary, less than significant. I will leave the chamber, so, because I live in that street, that's why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I also, sorry, there is another one as well in Bathurst Street, will be in maybe confidential 03, which is Bathurst Street, will be fire and risk. Yeah, in Bathurst Street, I have investment property there. I just declare non-pecuniary, less significant. Is it? Will be. Yeah,
Yeah, I have to read the,
should be.
read that, but, non-pecuniary. And are you intending to stay or not stay?
Not staying.
Okay. No worries.
Thank you.
Yep. Are there any other further?
Yes, I've got one. I think they've handed it in. I don't have it in front of me, but it's relating to Conf 01, non-pecuniary, less than significant. I'll be staying in the chambers. One of the unsuccessful tenderers was a former client, but it's better that I declare that.
Thank you. I'll declare one on NOM 02, non-pecuniary less than significant, as the matter relates directly to my role and vehicle. It has a direct relevance to me, and I will be leaving the chambers. Are there any other further ones? No, if everyone can please make sure they make their way up to the CEO. There were no public forum today, no petitions. There are no mayoral minutes. There are, however, unfortunately, 3 condolence motions. Can we just make the text a little bit bigger, please? Thank you. The first condolence motion is regarding former councillor Mr. Pat Murray. It's with deep sorrow that I acknowledge the passing of former councillor Pat Murray. Pat was a highly regarded businessman and a fierce advocate for Liverpool, passionately committed to protecting its heritage and preserving its stories. Born on the 10th of September 1937, Pat Murray grew up in Liverpool, where his father had established Murray's Pharmacy in 1933 at 277 Macquarie Street. From an early age, Pat was determined to follow in his father's footsteps and become a pharmacist. After completing his studies at the University of Sydney, he joined his father in the pharmacy, which had become a well-known local landmark. Pat continued to work in the shop until he sold the pharmacy in 1996, when it was relocated across the road. Pat stayed in the shop looking after its specialty areas until retiring 10 years later in 2006, having worked for 52 years in the one shop. Pat maintained a strong interest in local issues from an early age, growing up alongside several neighbours who served as aldermen on council. He first stood for election in 1965, though was unsuccessful. Undeterred, he ran again in December 1968 at the age of 31, standing with Frank Olivieri for North Ward, and was elected. He took great pride in his work as an independent councillor, particularly in his efforts to preserve Liverpool's heritage. Pat often reflected on his role in helping to save Collingwood House in 1971, when council was considering its demolition following severe vandalism. He worked closely with Olive Havard and Liverpool Historical Society, actively supporting their campaign to secure council's commitment to restore and preserve this nationally significant heritage home. Around the same time, Pat also campaigned to save Rosebank and Speed Street, which was under threat of demolition. He played a key role in bringing both sides of council together to reach agreement on preserving the heritage-listed home. Pat was re-elected to council in 1971, but resigned the following year, choosing to devote more time to his young family. An early member of the Liverpool Historical Society, which he joined in 1960, Pat maintained a lifelong connection with the organisation. He was passionate about capturing Liverpool's history, taking thousands of photographs and film recordings of the area. Much of this remarkable archive has been donated to Liverpool Council's Heritage Collection and is featured in numerous exhibitions and publications over the years. Beyond his heritage work, Pat was also an active contributor to civic life through his long involvement with the Liverpool Chamber of Commerce and Liverpool West Rotary Club. Liverpool City acknowledges with gratitude the enduring impact of Pat Murray's service and dedication to the community. We extend our heartfelt condolences to his family and friends. And I'd like to move that Council expresses our profound sorrow at the passing of Mr. Murray and acknowledge his significant contribution to Liverpool City, and 2, sends a letter of condolence to Mr. Murray's family, expressing Council's sympathies and appreciation of his legacy. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. I'll take it. We'll have it. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. The next condolence motion is regarding Father Chris Riley. The City of Liverpool mourns the loss of Father Chris Riley, a beloved Salesian priest and a member of the Order of Australia, who dedicated his life to serving the most vulnerable and disadvantaged young people from across Australia. Through his founding of Youth Off the Streets in 1991, what began as a single food van in Sydney's King Cross evolved into a national network offering crisis accommodation, education, counselling, drug and alcohol rehabilitation, and Aboriginal cultural support. Born Christopher Keith Riley on the 24th of November in 1954 in Echuca, Victoria, he was ordained a Salesian priest in 1982. His approach was founded on the steadfast belief that there is no child born bad, only circumstances to overcome. He received numerous accolades, including Member of the Order of Australia in 2006, the Human Rights Medal in 2006, and an honorary doctorate from the University of Western Sydney in 2010, and was New South Wales Australian of the Year in 2012. He stepped down from the board of Youth Off the Streets in 2022 due to ill health and passed away on 31st of July 2025 at the age of 70. On Monday, the 18th of August 2025, a public memorial service was held at the William Inglis Hotel in Warwick Farm, Sydney, chosen by Father Riley over a state funeral. The event featured stories from past students, friends, public figures, and even a video performance of Working Class Man by Jimmy Barnes, fulfilling one of Father Riley's personal requests. His legacy of compassion, resilience, and unwavering commitment to young people will continue to inspire generations, and the City of Liverpool honours his remarkable contribution to our community and our nation. And I'd like to move that Council extend its deepest sympathy and respect to the family of Father Chris Riley, his colleagues at Youth Off the Streets, and the countless young people whose lives he has transformed. 2, we honor and celebrate his extraordinary life, compassion, and tireless advocacy, because in serving the most disadvantaged, he served all of Australia. And 3, a copy of this motion be forwarded to the Board of Youth Off the Streets as a mark of gratitude and remembrance. I'd like to formally move that way. Second to Councillor Amoon. Is there any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, against, I declare it carried. Our next condolence motion is regarding Konstantinos Chrysimos from Liverpool Olympic Football Club, more affectionately known as Dino. It's with deep sorrow that we acknowledge the passing of Liverpool Olympic Football Club life member, friend, and devoted volunteer, Dino Chrysimos. For more than 3 decades, Dino dedicated himself wholeheartedly to Liverpool Olympic, giving his time, energy, and passion to support the growth and success of our club. During Dino's association with Liverpool Olympic, he became an irreplaceable part of the fabric of the club. Dino gave his heart and soul to Liverpool Olympic, dedicating countless hours to ensure the smooth running of the teams, facilities, and events. A familiar and welcoming face at Hoxton Park Reserve, Dino's contribution went far beyond what could ever be measured. From opening the clubhouse at dawn, preparing facilities, and supporting coaches and players, to ensuring every detail, big or small, was taken care of, he worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Dino's true gift was not just in what he did, but in how he did it. He embodied the spirit of community sport, generous with his time, passionate about helping others, and deeply committed to the growth and success of the club he loved. He cared for every player, every volunteer, and every family member who walked through the club doors. Dino believed in creating an environment where everyone felt welcome, supported, and part of something bigger than themselves. Over the years, Dino played a vital role in shaping the identity and culture of Liverpool Olympic. His dedication helped build the strong sense of community and belonging that our club is so proud of today. He celebrated our victories, supported us through challenges, and he never hesitated to put the needs of the club and its people ahead of its own. Dino will be remembered not only for his unwavering commitment and hard work, but also for his warmth, kindness, and generosity of spirit. He had a rare ability to connect with people, to make them feel valued, and to bring out the best in those around him. Liverpool City Council extends its deepest and heartfelt condolences to Dino's loved ones during this difficult time. We share in their grief and stand together remembering and honoring a remarkable man whose impact on the club and community will be felt for many years to come. And I'd like to move that Council expresses its profound sorrow at the passing of Mr. Konstantinos Dino Chrysimos and acknowledge his outstanding contribution to the Liverpool community and the Liverpool Olympic Football Club. And 2, send a letter of condolences to Mr. Chrysimos' family, expressing Council's deepest sympathies and appreciation of his enduring legacy, and also to the Board of Liverpool Olympic. And I'd formally like to move that way. Second to Councillor Carneeb. Is there any discussion?
Look, I'll just very briefly, in the period of time that my 2 young boys played soccer at Liverpool Olympic, and that really commenced this year, that Dino was one of the first people I met at the club, and to say that he had a warm and welcoming personality would be a significant understatement. Very welcoming, always there, present. You could tell that he had a strong connection to the club in terms of the way he would assist them on game day, on training evenings. He would be there at any hour. Every time I seemed to have been present, he was there, and I think that goes towards the commitment that he had to Liverpool Olympic, but also the young kids that play soccer in the area. So I personally pass on my deepest condolences to the club and to his family. May he rest in peace.
And if I may, just to add on to what Councillor Kaneeb just said, every time he sees me, I played for the club in 1996. When I moved to Australia, he was the first person to give me a hug, But recently, when he sees me, because I was elected as a councillor, he would say, "Hey, Councillor DJ," very amazing man. I didn't even heard in the club that I heard that he was sick, because I always asked about him, and he's great man. We're gonna miss him, and my condolences to the family and also to the club. Yeah.
Thank you, councillors. I take it you had a lot more hugs since then, Councillor AJ. It's that very first. Well, Council, I'll formally put that, if there's no further speakers, all those in favour, against, I declare it carried. Could I ask that we observed a minute silence for those who have fallen? Please be seated. Thank you. Now, for those who have the booklets or online or here, the last council meeting, council changed its code of meeting practice, and one of those changes was changing the order of business. Now, in doing so, the councillor system that prepares the agenda hasn't had enough time to be updated yet. So we will kind of be jumping around a little bit, but effectively what normally comes at the end of the meeting, being the notice of motion, the question of notice, will now come to the beginning of the meeting. So for those who are online or here, I thank you for your patience and understanding with that. So we'll now move on to the agenda. Just one moment. Fantastic. My iPad had to update itself right now, so. Get back. Okay, here we go. Okay, the first motion is NOM 01, beautification of George Street, Liverpool. Oh, sorry, two councillors. Yep, just bear with me for a moment. For those who are out there, that's on page 352, tab number 25, page number 352. And just before we start, Councillor Rostevsky. Yep, another councillor for the room. Over to you, Councillor Rostevsky.
I just have one question before I decide what to do with this motion. Consultation, says here in the CEO's comments, consultation with businesses on George Street, including those from Little India, Liverpool. Can I just get some more clarification on what consultation? Is it regular? Just a bit more expansion.
I'll refer that to the CEO. The question is, where's the comment?
Oh, regular consultation.
Yep. I think that references a previous motion when Liverpool India was founded on the 7th of November, I think was it 23 or 22? I forget which year it was. The council resolved to work on the street and inside of it. There were numerous elements.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, there is regular consultation, but in a way, a number of ways. Obviously, all the businesses have been canvassed by our economic development team, young Luca. There was consultation in relation to the delivery of the CSP as it relates to the CBD, and the Indian community on George Street are very forthcoming themselves in relation to consultation about beautification on that street. I myself, councillor, have met with the community on that street on 3 occasions, done street walkthroughs, and I am yet to see any comments from that community about lack of consultation. So I'm pretty confident that the activities prescribed here are consistent with the general intent, and it's a Little India is something that not only the governing body have endorsed, but it has the full support of everybody who has had consultation with the community.
Just one final one. When was the last consultation with them?
I can only speak to myself. I mean, I spoke in January this year. My last time I had a walkthrough, and it was in that area opposite 33 Moore Street, the open space there. We walked up and around. But I don't know about what the last touch point was with any other council officer.
All right, I'm happy with the explanation that you gave. It's quite thorough, so I'm happy to set that motion aside.
I have a foreshadowed motion.
Nothing was moved, so it's not really. We'll take it as a motion, and then I'll continue reading the code of meeting. But yes, go for it, Councillor Green.
I think this presents an opportunity to actually to have a report prepared on applying the concept of precinct across the CBD. To it, in this way, takes in Macquarie, George, and beyond.
You don't have to type it out yet, right? It'll be a little bit more succinct than that, but so that's fine, Councillor
So
Green.
the concept of a precinct, I think, across the CBD would be far more fitting in terms of rather than a piecemeal approach to open up the opportunity for placemaking. As a gateway city, and we have talked about ourselves as a global city, this would be an opportunity to bring the CBD up to an exciting standard.
Right. Okay. So you want to report back on
The concept,
Great.
on the benefits, on the placemaking, the benefit on a precinct, and this precinct of the CBD and the benefits of that and the opportunities that it would afford us in developing the CBD as a world-class precinct. Let's think big.
Indeed. Oh, indeed. So let's see. Would you be happy with that wording that's there? Provide a report back to council of a CBD precinct approach in
Yes.
alignment to placemaking and positioning as a world-class precinct.
Yep, because across that would take in, I understand that in the past that there was the CBD precinct approach, and I think that, this would be a significant step forward for council to take to acknowledge that, we can be a world-class city.
Indeed. So if that wording is, if you're happy with that wording, with your indulgence, can I recommend just a second point to it? So the CBD at the moment, don't need to write, the CBD at the moment is going through a approximately $25+ million investment through West Invest, and George Street is a street that's not really been identified for any particular funding at this stage, where it's going to kind of look like, unfortunately, the one that's missed out. And now, could we include, as potentially looking at using the town improvement fund, because I know those funds are becoming levy, to start thinking about upgrading that street as well? Because it's great. I think the motions we've, so I guess just asking for a report back on the potential use of the town improvement fund for upgrades to George Street. Not in the forward fashion that commits council for many years, Deputy Mayor. That's it. Yeah. And just or other opportunities for funding.
I'd be happy with that.
Okay, great.
Because I note that,
Just before you, for a moment, Councillor Rysevsky, would you like to second this motion, considering this was kind of, you started this?
Look, I like the motion. Can we add a point 3 to, if we're going to do a report, let's hear from the stakeholders, like the guys from Little India and all the other relevant
So,
shop owners.
so consult with the relevant stakeholders. Is the mover happy with that?
yes, that'd be fine.
All right, wonderful. Sorry, now Councillor Green, if you can. Thank you.
Well, I think we're already, through the CEO, that there's already a meeting set for Macquarie Mall. Between Macquarie Mall and George Street, this is a great opportunity to extend it further and to, really, think out the box and develop something really fantastic.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Deputy Mayor?
Yes. Yes, I'd like to add to that. If we're going to have a precinct, currently the City Development Fund defines the precinct, defines the area. I would suggest that that area be used to define the precinct.
Yes. Cool, that's good. And probably, I think I'm a little bit outdated. Probably Town Improvement Fund isn't the right word because it is the City Development Fund. Yes, yes. So you might want to just change consistency with the wordings there. My apologies. Okay. Are there any of the speakers for or against?
Just
Councillor
a
McNaught?
quick note, look, I think it's been said already, but I think that this is a really holistic approach to the CBD rather than the piecemeal kind of thoughts in bits and pieces of blocks and half blocks. And so I thank the mover and the seconder for bringing the motion and look forward to receiving those reports.
Thank you. If there's no one else who wants to say anything, I might just say a couple of words. I just want to thank the president from Little India, Mr. Muhammad Azim, and all the committee members who have joined us here today. We know they're very, very passionate about George Street. I'm sure, I think that when they were reading the condolence motion before from Mr. Murray, how he was in the one shop for 50 years thinking, was that going to be us or not? But you have already spent a significant amount of time in creating what is a jewel in Liverpool's crown, which hopefully will only get better. So we want to just thank you all for your work and effort for what you do for our community. If there's no further discussion, no, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare it unanimous. Thank you. Seconder was Councillor Rysevsky.
You're out. 1, 2.
Michael for a walk. Mike, Deputy
Sorry,
Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for reminding me. I should fill in. Yes, I know.
Number two. Oh, there we are. Thank you. So we will go to page 356 of your agenda, tab 26. It's notice of motion number 2, Mayor's vehicle use, logbook non-compliance, governance failures and breach of taxation obligations. I need a mover and a seconder.
Just before I move it, I'm going to change my motion, remove point 3 completely and make point 4 point 3. Yep, so I move that way.
Thank you. A seconder? So seeing as there is no seconder, the motion fails. And we go to number 3. I will call the Mayor back in to take over. Thank you.
Nom 3.
Thank you. Next item is Nom 03, the relocation of drug injection rooms from Liverpool CBD, page 360, tab 27, the information on page 361. Councillor Ristevski, it's your motion.
Yeah, a couple of changes. Remove the words drug injection facilities and change them to opioid treatment program, wherever it's stated in that motion. And also remove points 2 and 3, making point 4 number 2 and point number 5 number 3.
Is that accurate now? So points,
Yes, so move that way.
just give everyone a moment to read it. So is point 1, is point 1 accurate? Is that, from your point of view, Councillor Ristevski?
I said opioid treatment program.
Okay, cool. So, all right, so if everyone's happy with that, I think you might just have to change the title. Is the title there or no? Can you just scroll up a little bit?
Yeah, change the title, anything referring to drug injection facilities to opioid treatment programs.
Cool. Okay, so we have the motion that's been changed and moved. Moved, Councillor Sevi. Do you have a seconder? Nope, the motion lapses. Next item is NOM 04, establishment of a Liverpool City HQ to support small business startups innovation, page 363, tab 28, with recommendation on page 364. Councillor Ristevski?
Yep, move that way.
Move. Do you have a seconder? Second, Councillor Monahan.
If I could possibly interrupt the mover and speak for the motion, possibly suggesting an amendment to the mover that we ask for a report, direct the CEO to provide a report in relation to this item. No, because a lot of the first part of it talks about implementing the policy before asking for a report. And I don't note the CEO's comments that in principle it's something that is acknowledged as worthwhile, but I think maybe getting a report first, seeing how we can implement this the best way possible, if that's acceptable to the...
So can we just move up a little bit, please? Yep, that's great, yep. Seek a report about establishing, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. This report, if you look at page 365, this part of the motion is absolutely consistent with the last sentence. If endorsed, a report will be prepared for a future meeting addressing the dot points above. So that's consistent.
So I think maybe it should be then, the report should include as part of point 1, and then to your point, Councillor Monahan, the rest of the points become socialised as part of that report.
Yeah, to seek a report, particularly on the following, particularly with respect to the following dot points, numbered
Yeah.
points.
All right, we'll just give them a moment. I think they get the gist of it, if they can have that amended. Whilst that's happening, did Councillor CFC, did you want to speak for your motion?
Oh, look, I don't want to waste a lot of time. It's self-explanatory. I mean, I'm happy to leave it at the end if everyone wants to go to a vote, so we can move on to the next item, or I can speak if there's an against.
They just need probably a minute or so just to tidy it up. So we can't move on until that's done. Cool. Now, just looking at this, do we need any budget for this? If I can ask to the CEO.
Not for the report.
Wonderful, thank you. All right. Well, I think we're there. Yep. Excellent. Okay, if there's no discussion, I
just have a question.
Yes.
It's quite a detailed report that has been asked for, which I think has merit. However, I'm worried about the 3-month turnaround time frame, whether or not that would be putting too much pressure on staff. I'm not. I'm just after advice on that.
I think the question, CEO, is would you like more time to do the report and report back to council?
It talks about stakeholder engagement and things like that. That's what I'm mostly taking notice of.
Put the word endeavour to.
Through the chair, look, this is a concept document looking at opportunities. It ties in with a number of initiatives I've already got in the back of my head that we're actively pursuing. So I expect perhaps if it's August, for the December meeting, so perhaps 4 months, so we can knock it over this year, but just give us an extra 4 weeks to make sure it's a proper report and thorough.
Mover and seconder happy? Yep, seconder, fantastic. Okay. Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to speak against the motion.
Go for it.
The reason I'd like to speak against it is we have a business development unit that costs us a substantial amount of ratepayer money that is looking after this. And I think we should be able to incorporate what's required here into that business development unit without having to find additional accommodation, which in this report is specifying somewhere between $4 and $5 million. That's a lot of money that we really haven't got. And I don't see why we should spend that money on accommodation for a special unit that our business development unit should be able to take care of.
I might as well speak in favour of the motion. I've gone to Fairfield HQ and I've looked at what's possible. They've got a thriving hub. It houses startups, small businesses, entrepreneurs, all under the one roof. They connect, they're growing their businesses, and it's very successful. Now in Liverpool, we deserve the same, especially since we are an airport city. At our doorstep, we've got the new airport and Bradfield City. Now, Bradfield City is the future home of advanced manufacturing, high-tech manufacturing. We need to act now in order to position ourselves as the place where ideas happen and take off. Now, at the moment, unfortunately, this is not for me, but a lot of people look at Liverpool as the city for tobacco shops. There's full of them. We need to be the city of innovation. This motion puts us on that journey. Now, by establishing a Liverpool City HQ on council-owned site in the CBD, we can create a launch pad for small businesses and startups, co-working spaces, mentoring, direct support. We don't do that at the moment. I deal with small business every day, and I canvass this idea with them, and they love the idea. So this is just simply a report. We need to be innovative and come back and determine whether this is feasible or not. We're not spending any money in terms of acquiring anything. It's a small investment in the future of Liverpool, in our city, so it's time to really take advantage of this opportunity.
Can I just ask that the motion is moved down so I can see point D? Thank you.
We're doing a lot of this stuff.
And I think the university, one of the universities has some funding to do something like this.
Yes, through the chair. Look, most of the detail in the motion is absolutely gettable. A lot of it is already aligned to current strategy. It ties in with some procurement ideas we have in relation to best use of our facilities. It's the report can be done in-house, and look, most of the interfaces with stakeholders are already done. WSIA is a competitor in this market, not a collaborator. So a BDA, but the real key focus for the council is that we have to keep contemporary pace with this shiny new part of our LGA that's emerging, and we have to be relevant as an anchor investment to the other anchor investment. So it has to complement each other.
Any further discussion? Councillor Moon?
Chair, I'd like to echo the Deputy Mayor's statement and the CEO statement. If we're doing these things already, why are we going to waste staff time to do them again and provide us with a report? These things are in our reports and we're already going through them. If we have to do a little bit more of reading and investigating to get to the points that we need to get to, we should save the staff's time and get them that way.
Councillor Monahan?
Yeah, couldn't part of the report, and this is for the CEO, I'm sure there's plenty there for the CEO to report back on, but part of the report could include not necessarily establishing another arm of council, but centralising it within an agency or within an arm of council that already exists. That could be included within the scope of the report in the items that are to be considered by the CEO. The identified CBD site could very well be the site where the business development unit already exists and operates out of. The proposed scope of services and facilities could well be expanded, but build upon what council already does, which is what I take the CEO's comments to be, that we already do these things. But there are further opportunities that council can pursue, as the CEO said, so that we can keep up with some of the competitors in Liverpool and make sure that council is one of the leading, not the lagging. The budget and funding sources, again, the report will come back to that, and I note that the financial implications do include capital fit out of some $3.5 million and approximately $1 million for further state-of-the-art audiovisual and technological facilities. But again, part of the report could well come back and say, look, council does have the facilities to do it already. We don't require further expenditure, but we can build it into the business development unit that already exists. So I think a lot of those things we fleshed out in the report, and with respect, I think the CEO's already identified the fact that council's existing strategy tends towards that in any event. I'd still urge that we support the motion, get a report back and see what the options are to centralise the work that council already does and to build upon it.
Councillor McNaught?
Sorry, I just wanted to make a comment as well, and it may well be covered well enough, but when it says determine an appropriate budget and identify a funding source for the establishment and operation, which will come back as part of a report, it's not committing to anything. Is there any way that we can identify grants from partners that may be available? I know that it'll be at the time of the report and it may not be into the future, but just to give us an idea of whether there are a couple of universities that have some funding available for collaborations like this, that would give me comfort knowing that, these identified costs, if we can't fit them all into, as Councillor Monahan's just described, there is good potential for other collaborations to offset that cost to ratepayers.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair. So we are in advanced negotiations with some of our universities in relation to how grant money can be used to facilitate this kind of investment. If I take council back to the recent EOI for the car parks, where we took the car parks to market for market ideas, this proposal for me is a little bit more innovative in that we would go to the market on a partnership model or a joint venture model and tell them and let the market tell us what they're prepared to invest into a shared model. We've been in discussions over the last 3 months with one of the world's biggest brands about coming to Liverpool, and this sits squarely in a potential opportunity around a current asset.
All right. Thank you. Unless Councillor Sevsey, would you like a right of reply? No, great. Okay. I will now put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Those against? Huh? Against? Okay, no worries. All those in favour? No, we got to stand. Yes. Those against? Declare the motion carried. Okay. Next item is NOM 05, Enhanced Standards for Councillors, page 366, page 29, with the recommendation on page 366. Councillor McNaught?
Happy to move that way, Mr Mayor.
Move. Do you have a seconder? Councillor AJ? Oh. Any discussion, Councillor McNaught?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I think that it's fairly self-explanatory. The motion just came about at the time that there was a lot of talk around working with children checks. Look, I think that the public have an expectation that their elected representatives are people of good character, good and respectable character, and this is just a way that we can hold ourselves to the same standards that we hold staff to as well. I think it's a good baseline to start from. Happy to receive a report on how we may be able to do that, as I have detailed in the motion. If I could just add, and I'd need a little bit of perhaps guidance with this. I'm aware that there may be other when councillors sit on other external bodies. I know, for example, when I sit on Wesrock, I need to have a company director's ID and things like that. It may be helpful, I'm not sure what the planning panel has as well, but it may be helpful if it's not covered under those things that I've added there, that if there is anything else, that we could all have that, the ability to have those checks ready to go so that it would be seamless for people sitting in on panels and different external bodies.
Any further discussion? Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I'd like to add to that. What Councillor McNaught suggested is that while we're on the South West City Planning Panel, I had to supply information as to criminal checks was one, and then the other one was the financial check, that you were not a bankruptcy, that kind of thing. That was mandatory. I could not be a member of that panel unless I had that. But that brings me to a point. You could say that only those councillors that go on that panel need to have that check. But the point is there are alternative members, and we're all councillors, we could all be on that. So I would suggest that that is also added to it.
How would you like to word that?
I don't remember the names of those two additional requirements. One was basically a criminal check that was carried out by the Federal Police, and the other one was a financial check, and I had to pay for that, which council obviously reimbursed.
Should we say law enforcement and financial checks? No.
Probably. Sounds good.
No, there's some duplicate. A national criminal history check is what you're talking about with a police check. So take police and criminal out of D. You're talking about financial, bankruptcy, solvency style check. So the national criminal history check is the police check. So you don't need to do anything more than that. That's in every jurisdiction plus AFP.
Okay. Moving second, happy with that? Yep. Councillor Monahan?
A number of questions. If the report was, and this is to the CEO, say we get a report back that says we can do this, and will be implementing these things, who's going to have oversight of the information that's collected?
The governance team would manage the probity and governance required with the checks. Sometimes the challenge is about the results of the checks, and that we'd have to have a policy wrapping that up in relation to privacy. Again, no challenge with random drug and alcohol testing unless there's a non-negative, and then what happens with that detail. So I think we need, it's simplistic in its design, but I think there's problems in the detail, and I think we'd have to incorporate this kind of approach into some kind of policy that governs it, or maybe it can fit in another policy, but that I'll absolutely include that in the report. We might just add, the report should look at constraints in relation to the privacy of information.
So, yeah, okay, I thought it was covered under 2A, but that's fine. If you want to add more privacy, I'm good with that.
Well, I think it says that they're privacy. I don't think it already says in.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, privacy's fine.
Again, to the CEO, is the CEO aware of any other councils that have a similar policy?
No.
Is the CEO aware of any other council that is thinking of implementing a similar policy?
Through the chair, no.
If the policy were to be implemented, someone blows a PCA of 0.02, what would the potential consequences of that be?
They would reflect the same standards as the staff in relation to random drug and alcohol testing, because in the end it's covered under the workplace health and safety legislation, and all the requirements are quite standard. At the moment, our approach is one of wellness rather than sanction.
That in checking with Local Government New South Wales, because I am aware there are a number of other councils in the state that they do have the working with children and other checks that are done. So it would be good to know that the report should include that information so that we have it all before us.
I mean, they're all done, Councillor. This is for the governing body. You think that other governing bodies do these checks?
My understanding, there's a group chat of Labor councillors. This came up as a question from another councillor in a rural area, that this was something that they were thinking of, and there were quite a few people that put their hand up and said, yes, our council has that, councillors are subjected to that. But you know what I'm saying, if we can liaise with Local Government New South Wales, they would be able to provide that information.
I'm happy to add a point 4 that says liaise with Local Government New South Wales to understand their experiences in this field,
in the sector,
in this area. Yeah.
Seconder, happy with that? Yep.
Yes. Can I say this, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah,
I don't want to
Councillor
interrupt Councillor Monaghan because he's speaking, so I just want.
Are you still going, Councillor Monaghan, or?
Yeah, I just want it to be noted that when he finishes, that I want to speak against the motion.
Done. Thank you.
To the CEO, what are the potential consequences, or what could the potential consequences be for argument's sake, not passing a working with children's check?
There would be sanctions on the activities of the member of the governing body as it relates to working with children. So if one doesn't pass a working with children check, they have no right, and we would have to govern their attendance at perhaps civic events. If it was a scenario where children were present, award ceremonies, visiting schools, these kind of challenges.
Again, to the CEO, is it anticipated that having, if that's the case, and having to have people supervised at events, is that going to have a budgetary implication in terms of security?
Obviously, we're hypothesising about a potential scenario. I would expect that if Councillor A failed a WWC check, that Councillor A would be notified, and that would not be then part of their civic duties. I don't think I'd be taking a security guard to each event to make sure that they were compliant. I'd be working on the integrity of Councillor A.
How would the policy then be implemented if we're going on a...
Councillor Monahan, I know what Councillor McNaught's going to say if I can prejudge it. I think these are things that the policy is meant, hence the report. Now, I don't think it's, we should be asking the CEO preempting what will go into the report. Yeah, I understand where you're going, but I think this is what, they're all good questions that you'd want to think with the appropriate time that this report would come back and cover. Is that what you were going to say, Councillor McNaught?
I was going to say, I think that these are great questions that I would imagine would be covered in the report that we've asked for. And I'd note that I haven't put a time frame on the report. I'm happy for it to come back when the information's been teased out, and then we can consider the report when the report comes back.
Sorry, back to you, Councillor Monahan, but
Thank
I guess
you.
if you can just be mindful of that.
To the General Counsel through the CEO, is the General Counsel aware of any existing legislative requirements in respect of any of the points in 1A, B, C or D?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair, General Counsel.
Through the chair or CEO, sorry. Just in relation to this, I have just noticed, been doing some searches, and I noticed that Shell Harbour Council appears to have mandated working with children checks back in December last year. And it appears that that is consistent with the general requirement on councils to comply, to build a child-safe culture and comply with the requirements of the Office of Children's Guardian and the child-safe scheme. So from that point of view, in relation to A, it appears to be consistent with the legislative scheme. In relation to random drug and alcohol testing, I'm not aware. Sorry, off the top of my head, if I could take that on notice, I'm not aware of what the legal implications of that might be. I would say in relation to national criminal history checks that Council has recently implemented a process of doing these on applicants for jobs with Council, and certainly the privacy implications of that have been front of mind, and we have sought to implement that in a way that protects privacy. In relation to financial checks, I'm sorry, again, I would have to take that on notice. I'm not aware of what the legal implications might be.
Thank you for the questions. I'd like to formally speak against the motion. We're all elected here and are responsible to those who have elected us. That's a given. People who are not fit and proper persons, in any event, particularly with people who have a conviction of carrying a penalty of imprisonment more than a particular period of time, are not entitled to stand for office in any event. I don't see how the random drug and alcohol testing, particularly, has any relevance or utility in ensuring that councillors are somehow or other above scrutiny. In respect of the argument that, you know, we need to be so above scrutiny that we need to subject ourselves to these things, unless we're going to release that information to the public so that we can all confidently stand before the public and say we've done these things, we've passed these things, I don't see the utility in it. I don't see the point in forcing people to comply with this regime that goes beyond, apart from a working with children's check that Shell Harbour Council requires, adds anything or adds or changes the fact that we're democratically elected and we're responsible to the people who have elected us, and will no doubt in a few years' time come up for re-election, and the people will pass judgment on those who are eligible to stand for elected office. If you're eligible to stand for office, there's no reason why, except for the people saying no, we choose someone else by democratic vote, that you should be forced to comply with this regime, which again I say that there's little utility to it, little practical purpose, unless they're going to be publicly available.
Thank you, Councillor Mulhan. Councillor Carnegie?
Yeah, my first question is, first question before I speak against the motion. There was a motion that was put up with a similar vein by Councillor Hart at a previous council meeting. Can I ask, through the CEO to the appropriate director, when that was, what the substance was of that notice of motion, and whether or not it's within the required timeframes for the purposes of a rescission, and just essentially when it was dealt with, and what the outcome of that motion was? That's my first question before I speak against it.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have no. I remember the motion, councillor. I'll refer to the director of community, who may have some other information, but it may be something we can take on notice in this meeting. Perhaps that's the best course of action.
Well, yeah, I think the motion lapsed.
No, I can assist. It was the 26th of February 2025 meeting. I retired from that meeting. I wasn't able to move it.
Well, in those circumstances, if the council is assuming that's the case, I'll accept it. The position that the stench and the stigma around this notice of motion, in my view, is unsupportable, at least from my end. The reality of it is that if any councillor in this place has an issue with the Office of Local Government and the legislation that predates our election and the commitment and the oath to office that we took in October of last year, then by all means, we are before a public inquiry at the moment. Volunteer yourself to give evidence, to suggest to the Commissioner and the council assisting the Commissioner that you say that we should all take drug and alcohol tests. By all means, have someone waiting at the council door before a council meeting at 5:30 p.m. on the last Wednesday of every month with a urine sample ready to be taken. If that's what the position is, that you want to influence the determination of the Office of Local Government, by all means, write to them. Every councillor in this chamber has the ability to write to the Office of Local Government to set down their views on what should occur before you become elected. To raise this 10 months after an election with working with children checks, random drug and alcohol testing, national criminal history checks, bankruptcy and financial checks, one would have thought that elected officials who are elected by the community, there are provisions in place that allow who to stand elected and who not to stand elected. And if you're elected, then you're required to perform your civic duties. So if the Office of Local Government have made a determination that if, hypothetically speaking, you've got a conviction for X, then they don't require working with children's check. So what's this council going to do in circumstances whereby a working with children's comes back as negative? What's it going to do? Take an adverse position to the Office of Local Government. What's the stance then? I asked the question through the chair to the CEO, through the mayor to the CEO. What's the stance?
Refer to the CEO.
If the adverse condition came back, we're hypothesising because all you're asking me to do is provide a report. So all those potential scenarios described by yourself, Councillor, and Councillor Monaghan are all, I guess, would all be considerations of the report.
With respect, the problem, and this is what we all do when we come to council meetings, is we hypothesise with notice of motions and agenda items, futuristically looking at what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. For example, if this notice of motion suggests direct the CEO to write to the Office of Local Government to determine whether or not working with children's checks should be made mandatory for Liverpool City Council and all councils across New South Wales. B, random drug and alcohol testing should be for all councils in New South Wales and Liverpool City Council, so on and so forth for C and D. Then there's no problem. There's no issue because you're writing to the Office of Local Government in circumstances whereby you're intentionally trying to, this is what it is, it's subverting their guidelines. It's going to be in a position where if somebody in this house, and I'm not going to speculate, but if that's what the purpose of this is, if somebody in this chamber, what's next? What's going to happen? We've got one council who does working with children's checks in New South Wales, one, in all of New South Wales, and that's in December of 2024. They don't do random drug and alcohol testing. They don't do national criminal history checks, and they don't do bankruptcy and financial checks. I don't even see the problem with alcohol testing. People drink alcohol from time to time, I suspect. Don't they? So what's alcohol testing going to do? Is it going to determine whether or not you turn up drunk to a council meeting? Is that the intent? Is that the genuine intent of that? We're performing our civic duties. If somebody is of the view that a councillor is intoxicated entering this chamber, by all means, I think we're recorded as the highest council having the largest number of code of conducts in New South Wales. We're certainly not shy to use them. There's appropriate mechanisms in place. If you've got this issue, every councillor exercising their civic duties as a councillor in this place can go to the Office of Local Government, by all means walk into the inquiry, say your piece, recommend drug and alcohol testing, recommend all these things. But to come in here and in my view, attempt to dictate how the Office of Local Government sets how councillors get elected and not elected. For Liverpool, a council that's under scrutiny at the moment. I oppose the notice of motion.
Thank you, Councillor Carney. Councillor Moon?
I'd like to speak for the motion, simply because in light of what's happening recently and all the things that have been going on with
Point of order,
children.
Mayor, there's been 2 speakers for, 2 speakers against. I ask the motion be put.
There hasn't been two.
There's only been Councillor Harle, Councillor McNaught spoke,
And
Councillor
Councillor
Deputy Mayor, did you he just, yeah, correct, and you added a point to it. You're asking to add a point. So there's one more speaker for then, and then happy to have the motion put after that, Councillor Carney. Councillor Moon?
In light of what's been happening in the state and the issues with child protection, etc., I believe we need to be entrepreneurs in what we do. And we need to lead to be able to show our staff, our community, how we can better things. So introducing these checks is actually a good thing, and I believe all councillors should be going for it, simply because if you don't go for something like that, what are you actually saying to your staff? What are you actually saying to your community? It's okay. Is it all right to drink and go to work? Is it okay to have drugs and go to work? Is it okay to be bankrupt and lie to people and say you're financially viable? What are you trying to tell the community? We need to be leaders. That's what we've been appointed. That's how we've been elected and how we're going to represent. For us to sit here and debate over something so simple shows a lack of responsibility towards our community, towards our people, towards our staff, towards our colleagues.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. I take offence and umbrage to the fact that it's inferred that because I'm speaking against the motion that I lack responsibility to my community. Point of order.
Councillor, can I ask that you rephrase that, please?
I'll rephrase that. We are, as leaders, need to show our community and represent our community in the right way by demonstrating leadership in such a thing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we've had 2 speakers for, 2 speakers against. Councillor McNaught, would you like a right of reply?
Can I just ask a couple of questions?
The motion's been It's been asked that the motion be put.
I just got a couple of questions so I can determine how to vote.
The challenge, the motion.
I just want to ask two questions. Two questions, one question.
Councillor, one second, all due respect. The opening up of questions now reopens up the debate, which means then we'll have to go more. That's the challenge, Councillor Rostevsky. So we've had 2 for, we've had 2 against. Councillor McNaught, right of reply?
Mr Mayor, just simply to say that a quick Google search while we've been debating will show that there are other councils that have these policies already. So I look forward to receiving a report on how this may or may not be able to be implemented.
Mr Mayor, I move a foreshadowed motion.
Yep, what's your foreshadowed motion?
My foreshadowed motion is the Director CEO to write to the Office of Local Government to determine the feasibility, comma, appropriateness, comma, implementation and or execution, etc. of Liverpool of enter, like as in A, go back to etc. of Liverpool Council, Liverpool City Council, conducting the following of its elected councillors: A, B, C and D can be copied and pasted from the above.
Okay.
I'm content with point 4, liaise with Local Government New South Wales to understand their experiences in this field.
Yep. Is that all, Councillor Connie? Do you have a seconder?
You can remove the etc., but yes, I'll move that way.
Yep. Okay, seconded. Okay, good. So we'll have to go back and deal with the motion that has been put. And if that's not successful, then we'll go to the foreshadowed motion. So we just move up the screen so everyone knows what we're voting for. Yep, so the motion has moved by Councillor McNaught. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Those against? I declare the motion carried. Division, all those in favour? Yep, those against? Thank you. We'll now move on to questions with notice. Page 347, tab 21. I'm question notice 2, I'm happy with it. Question notice 3. Councillor Hart.
With question with notice 3 and question with notice 4, they're actually, and I apologise, I sent it in one email, I think. They're all separate. So can, when a response is provided, can it be broken down to councillor access passes, then a separate one for the 2021 depot reports, a separate one for IRC matters and payouts, and then a separate one for union grievances, please? Thank you.
That's for 3 and 4.
Correct.
Yep, thank you. Okay. There are no rescission motion. Let's now get to the front of the booklet. Thank you, everyone, for your understanding. First report is CEO 01, page 60, tab 1, recommendation 60, revocation of the 2023 community engagement policy.
I've got a motion.
Yes, Councillor, your motion?
I will get them to put it on the screen. CEO 01. So the last council meeting, I asked how many policies we have, and I think the answer came back over 100. That's way too many. A lot of red tape. So my motion is let's look at what other policies we can consolidate or get rid of. To try and learn 100 policies as a councillor is virtually impossible.
Hold on. So you're linking this to your other motion before about removing policies? So
Is it an appropriate time?
Councillor, the just before is it linked? I know this is about a specific policy. You're talking about a whole different thing there. But don't we have this already on the books already? Councillor Green, you were saying?
I'm not sure, is it
Microphone.
a separate norm?
I'm thinking it's more. It's going in a different way. I would agree with that. I think Councillor Rostevsky, this deals with one particular policy. A whole policy review, which is probably what you're talking about, is probably a good year's work, if I were to guess. It's not a small thing, which I think is actually happening.
Correct.
So I think that, the point two, the point two, I recommend doing that as a separate motion. However, can I ask before you do that, if you were to be inclined that way, to have a discussion with the CEO with that, because there's a lot of work in that. I support that 100%, but I just think it's not a something that could be just. It needs to be workflowed, if I can use that term. So, can we just keep it to the original point, the original point one, or what's in the booklet?
I'm wondering if the issue itself might be better placed at the governance meetings in terms of exploring those particular steps. Because I agree. I mean, your policies should be regularly reviewed, at least every 2 years. Anyway, but if and it's part of good governance, so it probably belongs in the governance committee meeting, and it's probably something that we could look at a timeline on how many policies there are, how many need to be reviewed, and how many that are under review are duplicates or have been superseded by other policies.
Did you want to say something, CEO?
Thank you. Through the chair, this process is underway. At the next governance meeting, I'll undertake to give you a report to show our progress in relation to the review of policies, which we started early last year.
All right, so it's in motion. We'll bring it up there later on. Okay, so keep on one. Move Councillor Rostevsky. Do we have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Green. Is there any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried.
Is it time? Is it that time?
Appropriate time.
It is an appropriate time, 7:30. I'll call a 10-minute recess. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We'll now move back into the agenda. Next item is CO 02, review of the roundabout construction, 15 20th Avenue, Austral, page 72, tab 2, with recommendation on page 72.
I have a couple of questions if I can ask them.
Yeah, somebody like to move the motion first? Move Councillor McNaught. We have a seconder? Second, Deputy Mayor. Do you want to speak for Councillor McNaught, or?
I'd just like to thank the CEO and all staff involved in the comprehensive report that we have and the detail of the lessons learned. Thank you.
Yep, Councillor Osevsky.
Foreshadowed motion. I'll let them put that up, but I'll ask a couple of questions while that's happening. The thing that concerned me was in the report, it said a diamond-shaped roundabout was delivered despite the design being for an oval-shaped roundabout. Now, do we know can we find out who the contractor was?
Through the CEO, through the chair. I know who the contractor was.
And can we have the name?
Not at this stage. I'm taking legal advice. The contract was under 150,000. Anything above 150,000, I have to actually post and record that on official council papers. So a contractor working over 150,000, that was the threshold.
And has this contractor been removed from the panel to undertake any further works on behalf of ratepayers?
No.
And who signed off on this at council?
Sorry, Councillor Osevsky, these are quite operational questions. So if I can ask you to keep them.
Yep, that's fine. Yes, I've moved a different motion which probably goes into a bit more detail. So that's what I'm sort of putting up.
Just need to check something about the legality of the motion. Just bear with me.
One yes, two yes. Three.
I'm just asking for a bit more information. I think a one-liner is not enough in this instance, considering that's, we've had some major brain damage around this.
Yes, through the chair. Look, the 139 is going to hard to be quantified other than the bill of materials required to construct it and the labour rate. That would be the difficulty in getting a real number around. I mean, I've given the breakdown in the report in relation to the activities. That's on page 81. So if
all I'm saying
is, look, sorry, Councillor. The challenge I'm going to get is the commercial sensitivities around the contractor's margin. Let's say I worked on the 92. That is the construction. The contractor's on a panel. We have a deed. Identifying their bill of material, their labour rates and their construction costs would therein disclose their margin. And that's going to be a challenge for me. But I'd have to take that on notice.
Well, I'd question, CEO, how would we know that if we ultimately went procured goods and services, it wasn't a cost plus contract. I imagine it was more of a fixed amount. The breakdown there being what was the original cost to do the works, and then what was the rehabilitation works, which was a separate. I imagine I'm not sure if that was a separate component.
Yeah, it's described at page 81. So installation 92,885, removals 20,606, remediations 33,308, and they're in brackets. They're negatives, and of course we've done some other work from another project on the area, so that 6,862 is a positive number. And again, the only other question I would have to get some notice on, Councillor, is to what extent this is an operational decision, albeit it is clear that I have labelled the whole process unsatisfactory. I have conducted an immediate lessons learned. And to a person, if we go through the points of failure,
Sorry. Can I interrupt you? Hold that thought. Just for the purposes of the procedural motion, I think point 3 has already been provided, and I think point 4 is an operational matter, the way that it's worded, and I don't think that's in council's power to resolve not to use a particular contract because it's not fair.
I understand what you're saying, but we don't own this contractor any favours. What they've done with the brain damage.
I'm with you, but it's once again, it's not. The question is, does council have that ability? Does council have that ability to actually do that? Right, and that's another. That needs a whole. That's a whole nother kettle of fish. You know, the question is, can you blacklist? You know, I think you'd more want to look at it as, you know, something along the lines, can council blacklist a contractor? Or what is the process for blacklisting a contractor?
Look, I'm happy to reword it, but there needs to be consequences for what has happened. And I think that learning one thing is good, but in my opinion, this contractor needs to be completely removed from doing any further work with us.
Yep. Okay, so if we can say, just so we get the foreshadow motion so we can start the debate. So I said point 3 is already provided, so there's no, that's in the booklet. All right, we're not getting more detailed than that because we didn't do those works. So point 4 should be, you know, what is the process for blacklisting a contractor? Yep, we happy with that? I'll take that as yes. Okay. Do you have a seconder? And then I'll go to Councillor Green, who's been waiting patiently. Seconder?
No, I've got my mic on. I pressed it a while ago, but anyway.
Yep.
Through the chair, CEO mentioned that a deed had been signed. So, you know, I would imagine if the work was not done according to the deed, then we're talking about a breach of the deed. So I'm wondering if, in terms of that legal advice, should it maybe point 3 could be receiving legal advice as to the consequences or whatever of the breach of the deed. Because what was in the deed, what was signed for the deed, was actually not delivered via the deed.
Yep, okay. So I just want to see, so that can be, if you want to, we still have 2 motions. I want to get this foreshadowed motion seconded and written up so we can move back to the substantial motion and start the debate. So I'll get that. Great, thank you. Second, Councillor Monahan. Can we just move back up the screen now? We have the motion that was moved. Who moved that again? Councillor McNaught, was it seconded Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Yep, it was seconded Deputy Mayor. Oh, yeah, sorry if I didn't see that. Okay, great. Councillor Carneeb?
Yes. This is pertaining to the breakdown question that Councillor Rostevsky did have at number 3, but putting that aside because it's been taken out now, I'll ask the questions here. The breakdown on page 81 that indicates the total sum of $139,000 and $139,937,000. Yep. Now, the breakdown for that is the $92,885. Now, through the Mayor to the CEO, can I understand, is that equivocally the entire cost of the installation of the roundabout, including labour? That's what that sum is?
Yes.
Okay. Then the sum of $20,000, $20,606, is the sum total of removal, correct?
Correct.
And that would encompass, I suspect, a breakdown of either labour and or machinery?
Yes.
Or is it just labour?
Labour and machinery. You need machines to remove it.
The enhanced footpath and pram ramp at $6,862, exactly what was that?
Oh, it was part of a wider capital works project, which was incorporated into this design. So it wasn't originally in scope for this contractor.
Yep.
Okay, so it comes in as a positive.
And the last question about these sums is the $33,308. That is the sum of fixing the initial problem, correct?
Correct.
Now, have we, on the first paragraph on page 82, talks about we have already recovered 100% of this expenditure from the current budget allocation through efficiencies. And with respect, through the Mayor to the CEO, I don't really care about efficiencies identified in other areas to rectify a huge error and a blunder. Those efficiencies should be benefited and wholly benefited by the ratepayers only. Why haven't we, or have we, but I don't see where, because it says, have we canvassed whether or not the deed or the agreement, why are we paying for the removal and remediation? Have we canvassed whether or not, as part of it, they can't deviate from an original agreed structure?
Yeah, through the chair.
Yeah.
So we're making the assumption, both with Councillor Green and yourself, Councillor Carnib, that one point of failure is the critical point of failure. That is, somebody built something that was different than design. But there are causal chain here in relation to the design. There were circumstances around why the machinery used by the contractor could never have built an oval. So clearly there's an issue there in relation to the contractor. But the design was approved. The design could have never fit that intersection. The constraints, more so the two telegraph poles, meant that even the oval design could never have worked. There are a number of points of failure here. Notwithstanding that, the LTC, the Traffic Committee, approved it conditionally. Transport for New South Wales accepted it. A contractor built something, and we paid a contractor to build something that wasn't built to spec. And it was never proven, proof of concept, until such time that cars drove on it, and it didn't work. So there's a number of control points to have it all at the constructor and look at the requirements of the deed. My gut feeling is the deed would have been a panel deed, that is, the contractor is on a panel, and the scope of works would have been quite rudimentary. That is, here's the design. This is what we want you to do. You're on our panel. Go and do it, because they were the constructor, as I understand, of all 5 roundabouts, not just this one. And 4 were done to spec, to design, to cost.
So I think the point, if I can summarise, if you would allow me, Councillor Carnib, is if a oval roundabout was what was approved and the contractor built a diamond roundabout, then why are we paying for that diamond roundabout? Why don't we have the ability to go out there and claw back under the contract or along those lines? And I think that is what's pertinent to council, is that what we approved, what was built is different, and if it's on the contract, especially if they brought the wrong machine on site.
Did they build it to spec?
No, they didn't build it to spec. In a construction world, this is where retention comes in. So until you build something, you retain an amount, and then you go and view the product and say, yes, that's what I asked for, here's your retention. That didn't occur.
But my point is, when it was built and we had noticed it and it was all over the news, why are we then subsequently immediately paying the removal and remediation? Shouldn't it be at the cost of the contractor?
No. Well, it's about a safety imperative and the speed of which I wanted it removed. You saw the footage. I didn't take the footage to the national media. When I was made aware of it, I removed it. I went to site. I had a look at the implications, and from a safety imperative, it had to be removed. Now, in project world, the cheapest way to do that, to deconstruct, is to engage the constructor. And the most efficient way and the quickest way to do it is the actual constructor. So even if I had time to look at the deed, think about retention, take my time, I probably still would have gone with the same contractor, because that would be the most efficient and value for money for council.
Yeah, through the Mayor, that's a fair enough answer. But since that period of time, upon reflection, have we discussed with General Counsel our avenues for remediation ourselves, about recouping not only the removal and remediation, but the cost of the insulation, because it's just a defunct $140,000, and it's not the ratepayer's fault.
Okay, and this
at
is
some point in time, like they've had the ability to construct all these other roundabouts. It's not as if the case, and I don't know who the contractor is, but it's not as if they haven't been remunerated. My understanding is the total sum that they've been paid is is upwards of $500,000.
Yeah, correct. For 4 roundabouts that were delivered.
6.
Yeah, it's over $500,000. Yeah, so 4 roundabouts delivered on spec, on time, to budget, and one classic mistake with 7 or 8 points of failure, of which one of those points of failure was a contractor's issue. And this contractor is not ACBI fly-by-the-night constructor. This contractor is a long-term supplier to Liverpool City Council. I'd suggest that the roundabout, even in its skewed oval design, could never have been constructed. And if you take the intent of the project was to put in safety measures, this didn't work.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And with the benefit of hindsight, Council, I understand it. Let me just say that the lessons learned was swift, it was robust, and the actions in the lessons learned, including responsibility matrix, etc., are already underway.
And I think, Councillor, the big question is, what were the construction plans that were given to the contractor to build? Because if we know what those are, then we know if they built according to plan and where the fault becomes.
Through the Mayor, I just think it's important, whichever motion gets passed, that it's important that Council considers and reflects upon the entire learnings and considers through our own legal department whether or not Council's got any recourse. I think that's at the very least an appropriate something that we should tick off, that we either do or we don't. Were we at fault or was the contractor at fault? And who bears the brunt of that?
So, is there a view then that we merge the foreshadowed motion and the motion together? Is the mover happy with that? Seconder, are you happy with that? Okay, so if we can.
Sorry. Thank you. Through the chair, we're going to have a problem with item 3. We're making some assumptions that the deed has been breached.
Yep, no.
So if that could be reworded.
That needs to be removed. It's direct the CEO to return back to Council and provide a report as to whether or not Council's got any legal recourse in recouping any part or the total fees of the 100 or anything or part of that $139,000 figure.
Well, if you can just say that a little bit slower so I can get typed up.
So receive a report to Council to be provided by the CEO to determine whether Council has any legal recourse to recoup part or in full the sum of $139,937, $139,937. And just finally, why is it an issue? I'm not saying that the person should be named, but even if the contractor was to be named and it was to occur in confidential, why would that be a problem for Council to go into confidential just to investigate and understand the parameters of the work? Because when you ultimately find out that a contractor's been providing a service to Liverpool for a long period of time, fantastic, right? But then you've got a scenario whereby it's received probably more coverage than any roundabout, insofar as in my living memory. At that point in time, we've got to sit down and ask ourselves, number one, can we recoup the money back? That's the first thing. Number two, whether or not, if the contractor wasn't at fault, well, he needs to be vindicated because he or she who provided the service didn't do the wrong thing, and therefore it needs to be acknowledged by us that it was our error. Vice versa, if we were at fault and the specs that were provided were incorrect on our part, well, so I think in fairness, I'm not suggesting that it should become common knowledge or the deed of the agreement or the name or the company. I've got no issues with it coming back in confidential, but at least as an elected council, we can assess whether or not, based on what we now know post the investigation, whether or not it's in the best interest of the ratepayers to continue to conduct business with the contractor. Yeah. Obviously, no answer yes or no at this point, but just to determine that.
Oh no, I think Councillor Cunningham, I think it's. I think we all share the sentiments that if the magnitude of this mistake, we deserve to get a full detailed briefing.
Yeah.
And a name is just one element of that.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think it should be ruled off the cards. There's nothing stopping us from being in confidential when we discuss it, even if that returns back to a governance meeting first. Neither here or there. It's just something that needs to be considered.
I don't see why it shouldn't be part of point 3. At the end of the day, that's going to be confidential. That's going to come back in confidential anyway. So yeah, you think it should come as part of a standard process?
Yeah. So the councillors be provided the details of the contractor that conducted the works. It can be included in paragraph 3. Yeah.
Is the mover and seconder happy with that? Yes, yes.
No, I'm not
No?
happy with naming the contractor.
In confidential?
No, not even then. Confidential.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. Confidential isn't always the best way to put these things. They have a habit of not always retaining that information that's highly confidential in going on past experiences. So I would not put that there. The other thing is, I haven't said anything on this. I've looked at those diagrams that are on the council website at the moment, and if you look at those diagrams, that traffic flow actually works. If you look at that roundabout, that oval-shaped roundabout should have worked to a degree. The problem is, as the CEO suggested, there were 2 power poles in the road, which were your major obstruction. That oval-shaped roundabout should never have been attempted in the first place. That intersection is one of the most complicated intersections on 15th Avenue. And in the media, we saw that there are several oval-shaped roundabouts within the city suburban areas, and they work quite well. But they don't have a water canal within 50 metres of another intersection. It just is not going to work. If there were going to be 2 roundabouts, maybe, but it's not even a crossing as such. It's a Y intersection. To try and put a roundabout there is virtually impossible. I think as it is now, we should never have attempted it in the first place. And I'm on the traffic committee. I've attended every one of those, and I do not recollect seeing that oval-shaped roundabout come to a traffic committee that I actually saw. Now, it might have come, but I didn't see it. Had I seen it, I would have looked at it and I would have asked questions, but I didn't see it. And look, I think this is a mistake that's occurred. We wear it, and I think that's the end of it. We've had enough negative publicity about this to embarrass this council for whatever reason, and I do not think that we should put the blame on the contractor, as all the blame on the contractor, because there are certain elements along there that's resulted, obviously, in the mistakes that have occurred. It's a lesson to be learned, as the CEO said, and I think let's stop a blame game here. You're not going to get anywhere with this. And I understand the contractor, looking at the other 4 intersections, has actually done a good job of them. So, what do you do?
Mr. Mayor, just one final thing, and I want to thank the Deputy Mayor for his sentiments and his comments. And I'd have to agree. I want to, upon hearing what the Deputy Mayor said, withdraw the part about the names of the contractor being engaged. However, what I think is appropriate, and I thought about this when the Deputy Mayor was speaking, is that perhaps in the circumstances, the only person that does know is the CEO who produces the report. And what the CEO can provide in his report back to council, not the name of the contractor, but whether or not, in the executive's opinion, it was council at fault or the contractor at fault. We don't necessarily need to be told the name of the contractor, because that really doesn't matter. It's whether or not there was an issue and who was at fault for causing that issue. And then, of course, as a council, that wouldn't trigger any confidential issue, and then we can, as a result, make a determination based on the reports of the CEO. And I'm happy to trust that, of course.
Cool. All right. So is that's been removed?
Sorry, I just have one comment to make about point 4, which in essence I don't have an issue with, except that it determined the process for blacklisting a contractor. There are times when councillors are aware of who contractors are at certain thresholds, and there are times when we don't. I'm just wondering whether we could word that better about, understanding criteria that may lead to the blacklisting of a contractor or something like that, just something more general.
Understand the process, understand the criteria, understand the process and criteria.
Process and criteria would be, because it's not something that councillors would generally do. It's more of a matrix that comes to us with recommendations.
Cool. Seconder, happy with that?
Yeah, can we get, sorry. Perhaps the removal of the word blacklisting is a bit aggressive. So the removal of a contractor. Yeah. It means the same thing. Blacklisting is probably more different.
Blacklisting, blackballing, it's all the same sort of thing. Removal. All right. Everyone's happy? All right, fantastic. I will put the motion. All those happy? All those happy? All those in favour? Against? Declare carried. Okay. CO 03, page 86, tab 3, recognition, page 86, the biannual progress report, June 2025. Councillor McNaught.
Happy to move that way.
Seconded, Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Next item is PD 01, page 88, tab 4, the recommendation on page 89. Liverpool Heritage Advisory Committee, updated charter and committee membership, which is in book 1. Moved Councillor Green, seconded Councillor McNaught.
Got a couple of questions.
Yes, go for it, Councillor. Councillor Green, did you want to speak for your motion or you're all right?
Look, I think the review of the of this particular charter has been robust. It's come backwards and forwards. It's been to community consultation, and I guess I'd like to see the EOIs go out as soon as possible, and for the committee to be able to meet, because I understand that the committee has not met for some time, and I've heard from the community that they're very keen to see that committee back up and running. So, I think let's expedite it and endorse it and allow it to proceed.
Wonderful. Councillor Rostevsky, your questions?
There was 2 responses from committee members. I think they said they don't agree with the name proposed in the report, and the response given under the title Council's response. When you say council, who are we referring to? Are we talking about us councillors sitting in the room or someone within council?
It's actually a good question, because there's a distinction, for those who watch Inquiry Indeed, but generally speaking, between council and the governing body.
Thank you. Through the chair, it is a great question, which I'll refer to Director of Planning.
Thank you. Through the CEO, just confirming you're referring to the responses on page 91 and 92? I'm looking at the wrong thing. 93, okay. Yeah, council response refers to the response of the officers, not of the council governing body.
Okay, so that's why I find it difficult that committee members have come up with a name, and then it seems like they've been usurped or vetoed. I just don't understand that process. If you can elaborate a little bit more.
Through the CEO, so the rationale here is that the functions are not limited towards the built heritage, but also the intangible heritage associated with, says here, with the Liverpool Regional Museum and CPAC. So I think the reference to built, in the council officer's view, may be misleading within the title.
Last question. It says here that the draft charter makes no reference to the draft New South Wales heritage strategy. It says in the report also that the draft heritage strategy is currently being updated and considered to be finalised within the next review period. Now, we're talking about this charter being for 4 years or however long. Shouldn't we wait for the draft New South Wales heritage strategy first?
Through the CEO, the New South Wales Heritage Strategy will be one component that will inform the functions of the committee. But if we wait, we are missing out on important business that needs to funnel through to the Heritage Committee. The answer is no, we shouldn't wait for that reason. We should continue business as usual matters as most practically as possible.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I have a question. On page 140, it says that the updated membership duration equal to the current term. I would like to see that the membership is listed as the duration of the current term of council, not 4 years as per Part 5 term of office, not just the term of office. I suppose that would be the same, the term of... What I'm getting at, we've had terms of office where they've been 3 years, and so if you say 4 years, that may or may not... If you make it non-time-wise, don't stipulate a 4-year term if you haven't got a 4-year term. So rather than the term of... I would like to see term of office or term of council rather than stipulate a year. Just my point of view.
Consistent with the term.
Can I make a suggestion if we're talking about that, and I understand exactly what you mean, we've been through it with the Civic Advisory Committee, is that then we don't align it exactly with the term of council, with the changeover, maybe like a 6-month offset or something, so that we carry through at least the community members and the members of that committee in response to, waiting for new councillors to come on board and things like that. So just not align them directly, just have them a little bit off kilter. I mean, I don't mind, but I just think that works better for committees.
Yes, makes sense. And in a perfect world, you'd have all of our committees having a similar methodology. As you think a new council starts up, has to review policies, we probably review committees, and then put them out on exhibition if they're warranted. So what was the wording that you'd like? So just change page 140 to say the term. Yep. So if we can just amend that, on page 140.
I just have one question.
Yes, Councillor.
8.3.1 of the Charter says a member must notify the chairperson in writing of their planned absence from a committee meeting at least 3 days prior to the scheduled meeting of the committee. Is that a standard period of notice in other charters? Because I feel like 3 days might be excessive. If someone's sick, for example, it's...
They should be consistent.
Well, yeah, number one, it should be consistent, but number two, I feel like 3 days is excessive.
No. All right. Look, can we just without getting into the nitty-gritty of the charter and try to draft it now, are we able to put this is going on exhibition or no endorsing it? Okay, all right. Well, what would you like it to say, Councillor Hart?
As soon as practicable. I don't think it's.
Yeah.
I think it's unfair to place 3 days on someone.
All right,
So as a 0.6,
can do that.
amend 8.3.1 of the charter to a member must notify the chairperson in writing of their planned absence from a committee meeting as soon as practicable.
And look, I'll put my bugbear. Do we have to change the name? Because, you know, I know government departments love changing names and numberings and all that sort of stuff, but I don't know. I'm sure, you know, where else we have to go and change stuff, but that's my little whinge. I just want to get off my chest. Is the mover and seconder happy with the changes? Deputy Mayor?
That 5A, that needs to say it is the term of council, not 4 years.
Oh, yeah, remove the 4 years. Yeah, that was, yes, thank you. Yes, remove the words 4 years. Like, yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, if there's no further discussion, I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. PD 02, new Liverpool LEP gateway determination. Next steps, page 149, tab 5 of the recommendation on page 151. Councillor McNaught.
I'm happy to move that way, Mr Mayor, with a slight amendment. Is that what was written in the book? Yes.
Second,
I just
Councillor
want
Green.
to make a point 5 that we inform the community of our decision to go this way, and that so that they are aware that nothing has changed from the point of view of the residential zonings at this point, but we're continuing to work on that.
Yes.
Just inform the community of this. Inform the community of this outcome.
Yep.
And the reason I say that is because it's been a long process where we've done a lot of community consultation, and I want them to be brought along in the process.
Yep.
And I thank staff for the briefing session as well.
Cool. So we've got a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yep.
I do.
Councillor Sevsky. Yep.
A couple of questions. There's a housing capacity increase to 41,000. It talks about nearly 10,000 new homes, but it doesn't mention over what period. Do we know what period that is?
I'll refer to the CEO, but I think if I can say we have our housing targets that don't change. This just provides more mechanisms to be able to deliver it. I'll refer. To the
Thank
CEO.
you. Through the chair, I don't know the answer, so I'll refer it to the Director of Planning.
Through the CEO, no, there is no time frame associated with it. It is more about the controls that are in place, which are more conducive to providing additional housing. So, yeah, as the Mayor suggested, the housing targets remain the same over the period of time. We're just trying to push it along, I suppose, by making controls more amenable to the current, conditions, environmental, economic, etc.
So pretty much it could be 50 years. Doesn't matter, right? Is that correct? All right. And how does option 3 deal with the comment in the book that says it would also mean growth is delivered in areas that are missing essential services and infrastructure needed to support the increased dwelling density, which is not a great outcome for our growing community. So how does option 3 deal with that?
Councillor says, can I just refer you to the Code of Meeting Practice, please, and put your questions in the appropriate fashion?
Sorry, through the Mayor to the relevant director.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair to the Director of Planning.
Through the CEO, can you guide me to the page you're referring to? Option 3.
Where is it?
So page 150 to option 3 to split the proposal? Is that what
No,
you're-
it says here, I've quoted it from the book, I just didn't record the page. It's definitely in here. It says it would also mean growth is delivered in areas that are missing the essential services and infrastructure needed to support the increased dwelling density, which is not a great outcome for our growing communities. So that was...
Paragraph 3 of 150, after the three options in bold, the next paragraph, last sentence.
Well, it begs the question that with increased dwelling density, the relevant infrastructure, which means, you know, your contributions plans, how are they affected? Microphone, please. Sorry, Councillor.
I think that the paragraph that the CEO pointed out refers to option 1, and that's not the option that we're taking. We're taking option 3.
You misread my question. If we are taking option 3, how does option 3 deal with that? That's the question.
At the briefing?
I can.
Oh, okay.
Through the CEO, option 3 deals with it in the context of us being in a position to pursue the downzoning and the changes to the yields in certain areas where we've analysed are effectively not conducive to that level of density due to the shortage in infrastructure that's needed to support that kind of density. Per our briefings and previous reports, we've also noted that the community was on side with that approach. So effectively, we would split the proposal in order to revisit the downgrading in the zonings in those particular areas where we believe the infrastructure is not suitable to support such density.
Thank you. So I have a foreshadowed motion, if I can get that on the screen.
Did you want to read it out, Councillor, so everyone can...
Yep. Reject any planning pathways that force increased density without the delivery of essential infrastructure. Write to the New South Wales Premier and Minister for Planning to demand that additional housing density imposed on Liverpool must be matched by binding commitments for new infrastructure. Pursue option 2.
May I make a comment?
Yes, Councillor.
Having attended, and this was widely discussed at the Governance Committee meeting, my understanding is that we only have the extension to the 31st of August. The issues that are being put in the foreshadowed motion are exactly the kinds of issues that were discussed at that briefing that would be included in the supplementary work that the planning department would do in advocating for particular investment from the state government in terms of the infrastructure. There were particular areas that we spoke about that were disconnected, where the department, where DPI had refused the recommended in the new LEP, where, you know, we felt from the discussion that there was a good opportunity to be able to advocate for what would fit with our community. So I would urge the councillors to, my councillor colleagues, to support the recommended recommendations of that are in the book that have been set out to be able to secure the best outcome that we can, better outcome that we can for Liverpool.
All right, thank you, Councillor Green. So you're speaking for the motion, and in essence against the foreshadowed motion, or you're saying it's covered?
I guess what I'm saying is that parts of the foreshadowed motion are actually covered in the recommendation for option 3, which is to split, to say yes to Depot, we will accept this.
Yep.
But this other part we will do other additional work on, because there is we talked about working with universities like Western Sydney University Urban Design to be able to strengthen our argument for why there are areas in the LGA that any development would depend essentially on investment for infrastructure in those areas that have been neglected for quite some time.
Okay, wonderful. Is there a seconder for the foreshadowed motion? Nope, that lapses, so we'll move back onto the motion. Any other speakers for or against the motion as moved by Councillor McNaught? No, okay. I will put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Those against? I think we have to have that recorded as a planning matter, please. So just the one against, Councillor Osevsky. Oh, yes, sorry, it's there. Our next item is PD 03, page 161, tab 6, recommendation on page 162.
Happy to move that way.
Move Council Street Naming Recognition of Serbian Community in Liverpool. Move Council McNaught. Seconded Council Hart.
I've got a couple of questions.
Yeah, just one sec. Council McNaught, do you want to speak for your motion?
No, this has come from something that we brought forward maybe about 6 months ago. So I thank staff for going through the process of having them developed into, in relation to the policy by the Geographic Naming Board. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Osevsky, questions?
Look, I support this in theory, but I can't see how separating item 2 on page 163, that we can move forward with this recommendation to go to a public exhibition for 28 days. There's nothing in this report that says who in the Liverpool Serbian community was actually consulted on this matter. So until I see that, I'll be voting for this matter to be deferred until the Serbian community of Liverpool is consulted.
If I may, if it's going out to public exhibition, if they haven't been consulted with, then I suppose they have ample opportunity over the next 28 days to do so, if that's been an oversight.
Councillor Carneeb?
Yes, through the mayor. Can I ask the names, being the 7 names, how are they chosen?
Through the CEO.
Thank you for the question. Through the Chair, the Director of Planning.
Through the CEO. The names were chosen in consultation with, so just for a little bit of a background, we have tried a few avenues for consultation via heritage experts and library, looking at library, through the library local studies officer. And through that process, we were recommended to make contact with effectively what is, I won't name the group as I'm not sure whether we should or shouldn't. Maybe that's why you left it out of the report team. But it's a group that deals with trauma and rehabilitation survivors. They do a lot of focused work with multiple and various ethnic groups in the local community. So through the line of contacting relevant people, we were guided to them, and we were in touch with effectively the members that represent the Serbian community through this support group, and that's effectively how we came to these names as an alternative to the ones that were initially suggested that were knocked back due to geographical naming boards, not meeting that criteria.
Councillor Carnegie?
Yes, through the chair. It may have been said, I may have missed it. I just wanted to know who was consulted, because there's some names that have been given, and it's going out to public exhibition. I understand that, but of course the whole purpose is, I'm not Serbian, so I wouldn't be consulted because I wouldn't know the meaning of those words. But I would have thought that the purpose of this is to engage with our Serbian community, and in doing so, we'd consult relevant stakeholders, community members in the Serbian community. So the question is just who was consulted?
Refer that to the CEO.
Thank you. Through the chair, I thought the answer was given, but I'll refer it back to the director.
Through the CEO, I named that it was a trauma and rehab group, but the actual name of the group is STARTS, STARTTS, so a local community group that does a lot of work with the Serbian local community. That STARTS.
Look, I think just getting to Councillor Hart's point, there's an ample opportunity for everyone to spread it throughout the networks over the next 28 days. And really we'd go from there, because these things can go on for a very long time, and everyone has different views, and what the geographical name boards ultimately they're the ones who are very strict on this sort of stuff.
If we want, do we want to nominate the names of the different groups that were in point 2 of that mayoral minute in this motion? Make sure we write to them asking for their feedback.
I'd prefer if we don't, because we'll be adding out names and names and names of different organisations. I think that's, these are streets. We have a lot to do. Let's move on with business, and let's put it through our networks.
Yep.
and move on.
Just a quick question. What if the community come back with feedback and they're completely different names? Do we have to go to another 28-day feedback? So this is what I'm trying to say. It
Yes.
probably should be deferred. We're putting the horse before the cart, or whatever the saying is. It would be better to sit down with the Serbian community and get their feedback, then go to the 28 days.
I think just the challenge, Councillor Sevsi, is when you say the Serbian community, unless you're referring to an organisation that's Serbian community limited, then,
Serbian Orthodox Church, they're based in Liverpool.
Yeah, there's the church, there's the churches, there's the White Eagles, the one Bonnyrigg, where we went there with Mr. Angelovic not only a couple of weeks ago. We were there at the festival there, so there was Angelovic. So there's a lot out there. That's what I'm saying. Let's just get it out there and move on. I think what was the wise words I was told today? Don't let perfect get in the way of with Councillor Hart. Don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I think councillors in general received an email asking about this today, questioning the Serbian community, the people who've been involved with this. And it's from Michael Angelikovic, who, as you pointed out, is in the audience. Could we look at that and make sure that we actually meet the queries that he's asking on behalf of the Serbian community? I think that would be a positive outcome before we actually decide on this. That's just my point of view.
Yeah, can I just say, Mr. Mayor, I agree with the Deputy Mayor. It's I know we don't have tens of thousands in the crowd tonight, but Mr. Angelikovic is here. He's part of the Serbian community. There's no reason why we can't acknowledge receipt of his contributions. He's He seems interested. Of course, he's present today, and there's no reason why we can't take that on board and considering it. He's a member of the community. He's here. You've indicated you've seen him at a recent event. He seems to be entrenched in the community, does a lot of good work for the community. We'd be ignorant not to take that on board.
So if I'm getting this right, you're saying consult with him and then consult with the community?
No, I'm just echoing the Deputy Mayor's words, which is that we've received some correspondence. I personally haven't seen it. I haven't seen it at all, but he's here. It's in relation to the Serbian community. There was an organisation that works in rehabilitation that seems to, I don't know, I've never heard of that organisation. But what I do know is that Michael Angelkovic is part of the Serbian community in Liverpool. There would be no harm in hearing.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just thinking from a process point of view. You know, this is talking about going on exhibition. You're saying don't go on exhibition. Speak to Michael first, then go on.
No.
Because either way, we still have to go back on exhibition. That doesn't stop.
With respect, Mr. Mayor, at what point did I say we should speak to Michael Angelkovic before we go out to public exhibition? At what point did I suggest to you that speaking to him is before going out to public exhibition? That's an incorrect interpretation of what I said.
I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit heat-stroked up here at the moment, so there's a...
Well, what we can do is we can go out to public exhibition, but we can also acknowledge receipt. Deputy Mayor's rightfully pointed out that we've received some correspondence today as councillors from a member of the Serbian community to take into account what he said and move on from there. And that's it.
Yep.
He's here, you could ask.
He's here, you could ask him, Mr. Mayor. He's present. If he's willing to talk about it, you can ask him right now.
Councillor. Microphones, please, councillors. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just wondering if we consider that correspondence as part of the, information received on the from the public exhibition forwards. So we're publicly exhibiting the names for a 28-day period, and we're taking correspondence. Do we not consider it in that correspondence?
Yep, I'll refer to the CEO.
Through the CEO, I would strongly suggest that exhibition is a great opportunity for anyone to make suggestions. It's actually not easy to come up with street names. There are all these rules and criteria around the eligibility of the name and the ease in which to pronounce it and spell it, and the caveats on duplicates within the locality. So not suggesting anyone, deferring it for exhibition will just generate multiple sort of reports back asking for exhibition, because any suggested name will have to go through the GNB. So recommending exhibition and then receiving suggestions is the best outcome. And we can also develop a pool of names as well. So we end up with a long-term list of acceptable names if we come back to you post-exhibition and consider everything that's come through.
Can always bring back the street naming committee. It was fantastic. It was great fun. All right.
Agree.
So, agree?
Yes, with what the director said.
All right. So if we're happy with the points as is, I think we will acknowledge the email that we received from Mr. Angelkovic. All right. Well, if there's no further discussion, I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is COM 03, page 207, tab 9, recommendation on page 207, review of council induction and professional development policy and council briefing. I'm not sure if the CEO wants to add anything onto this anymore.
Wait, COM 01, is it?
Sure.
It's an attack of heat stroke again.
I put the stroke in the wrong spot. My apologies. Yes, thank you, everyone. COM 01, special purpose rate hire, page 169, tab 7, recommends 170, special purpose rate hire.
Happy to move as per the recommendation in the book.
Move Councillor McNaught, seconded.
I'm happy to second it. I've got
Deputy
questions
Mayor.
up.
Yep.
We're looking at, I think, the Civic Place and the Powerhouse. I understand Carnes Hill also has conference rooms, that is boardrooms is what I was getting at. Maybe we should consider that as well, because that's a new facility and it's got video conferencing, all of that built into it. Yep. And maybe we should be making more use of that as well. Could we add that?
I'll refer to the CEO, I think the director want to say something.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor. I'd be location agnostic, and I offer the service to, and don't describe the areas, and that'll pick up Carnes Hill and anything else we have it's a good initiative.
Through the CEO, the reason we didn't specify the community facilities, there's already a special rate in category C, which is equivalent to this. So I was just trying to extend it further out the scope. So originally I did, and then Craig knocked me back, and our manager and said, "Well, we've already got that, so there's no need."
All right. For the book.
I've got a foreshadowed motion.
Yes, Councillor.
They'll put it on the screen.
Do you want to read it out?
Yep, notes the report proposing the new higher rates for the various people there, defers endorsement until a full cost-benefit analysis is presented demonstrating measurable economic or community benefit that outweighs the lost revenue. We're putting too much pressure on our ratepayers, and I'd like to get that research undertaken before I shift some more burden over to them.
Is there a seconder?
Yeah, look, I'll second that one.
Okay, second, great. Let's go back to the motion. We have a foreshadowed motion on the books. We have a motion. It's moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion about the original motion? You haven't spoken for it yet. You're the mover? You're the mover? Yes, go for it. Yep.
Yeah, no, I just want to thank staff for the report, and I understand that a lot of what's underpinning this is getting that long-term rental as opposed to sporadic hires that we do get is shoring up that long-term rental space was what I read in the report. So I think that speaks for itself in occupying the space. If I'm misunderstood, I'll get the director to let me know.
Yes, thanks for the question, Councillor. The challenge I've got with a CBA is you make an assumption that utilisation is 100%. That is, if you're renting it out or giving the option to the higher education or the emergency services, what you're renting is a space that's not then rented. You're getting 50% of something rather than 100% of nothing. So the CBA will fail. So I can give you a cost benefit analysis, but under any terms it's going to fail. And then there's a value of both these sectors have an altruistic value. That is something that the council should support rather than the pure dollar. But I'll leave it at the fact that 50% of something is better than 100% of nothing.
I'm wondering if maybe if the mover is amenable for a 0.6 that, clearly this is like a pilot in looking at, what is the appetite out there in terms of high level space, comfortable space being put on market for rent, and let's have be reviewed after a 12-month period. In terms of then we can make, is it viable, is it feasible, what were the benefits, what were the drawbacks, and, then have something to work on.
Yep. Mover and seconder happy with that?
I'm happy with that if the director thinks that would be a work. Yeah.
Yep. Well, if I can say, in speaking in support of the motion, that the CEO and I met recently with the new local area commander, and he talked about his desire to do a awards night for the police, and then the CEO chalked up a deal and got him down at CPAC and saying, because it's the least that we can do for the community and for the police for what they do for us. And I know they emailed us yesterday saying they'd like to take us up on that and at least do it. And it was about waiting for a policy like this. I think it's a good outcome, and ultimately, Powerhouse, this building is the community's building, so it would be great to see them buzzing with activity through here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. If there's any further discussion on the motion, no. Okay, I'll put the motion.
The original motion?
No, that's all good. No.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the original motion.
Look, in theory, I'm happy with the motion, the original one, and the CEO mentioned some good points. There just needs to be a clause put in there. If a full-paying person wants to hire the facility at the same time, then they should be given priority. That's my concern. But, look, in theory, I'm happy with the motion, the original one, and the CEO mentioned some good points. There just needs to be a clause put in there. If a full-paying person wants to hire the facility at the same time, then they should be given priority. That's my concern. But, look, in theory, I'm happy with the motion, the original one, and the CEO mentioned some good points. There just needs to be a clause put in there. If a full-paying person wants to hire the facility at the same time, then they should be given priority. That's my concern. these universities are billion-dollar businesses, and even the emergency services they've got a budget from the state government. We're on the smell of an oily rag pretty much. So we need to have a clause in there somewhere to support the original motion that if there's two hirers on a particular date or whatnot, we don't lose the revenue.
Can we add that into there somewhere if everyone is happy with that? Mover seconder.
I'm happy with that, but the thing is, it would be an operational thing to come to a decision on, because if you're looking at 50% of something for 6 months as opposed to 2 days of 100%, it makes no sense. So I don't want to make it so tight that we can't get the benefit that we need.
I think we can do it first come first. If they book it for 6 months and we're getting revenue, we keep it. If the community come and is booked, it's booked.
Thanks. Sorry. I should just comment. So Councillor Bastevsky's correct. It'd be conditional on 100% fee not being booked for that period, and we would work with these two entities to make sure we could accommodate the date around the zero fee. That is a night when we're getting nothing, we get 50%. We wouldn't take out a 100% client to encourage a 50% client.
All right. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion.
Just not sure that point 6 captures what we said. Commercial groups should take precedence for bookings over community entities. That's not what we said.
No. Full paying entities. So rather than commercial, say full paying entities at the beginning. Should take precedence for room bookings, and that's it, full stop. All right. Wonderful. All right. I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. Let's go. Oh, no, sorry. Don't do that. So we've done that. Special purpose hire. We've done that. Com 02. 175, tab 8 with the recommendation on page 175, review of council induction and professional development policy and council briefing procedure. Move Councillor Green, seconded Councillor McNaught.
Discussion?
Yes. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I have some points of view on that. I might change the outcome. First of all, support on page 177. We talk about change Skype to Teams, but is that going to be? I think it should be non. You shouldn't be naming anybody. It should be
non-denominational.
It should be audio-visual conferencing, something like that. Yep. So if we can do that on page 177, fix that. The next one that I have issues with is councillor briefing, section 8.3. It says three councillors. So it must have 3 councillors at that briefing as a quorum.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's fair. The amount of work that staff puts in on those briefing sessions and the amount of money we pay to do it, I think we need at least 5 councillors. Now, I'm happy to change that from 3 to plus the mayor and deputy mayor, if necessary. That gives 5. But I think 3 is just not worth it. And I've been to quorums, briefing sessions where we've only had 3. It's just unfair on the amount of work that staff puts in to do that, plus the costs. So I would like to see 5, and also I'd like to see it at a time when councillors can actually attend. Instead of having it in the middle of the day, which is difficult for councillors who've got jobs, put it late in the afternoon or in the evening. I think that personally is a better idea. We used to do that, and we used to get more people. So that was that. And where are we? There was another one. Oh, I would like to see that in the...
Sorry, you don't want to have it. You want to have it including the mayor and deputy mayor?
Yes, please.
As a bare minimum of quorum?
As a bare minimum, yes.
Plus 3. So... But
yeah, meaning 5.
It just be a bit of a challenge at times.
Yes, I know.
Right? Who's gonna if the usually the deputy deputizes for the mayor if he's not there. So maybe one of us.
Oh well, look, 5 councillors. I didn't want to use the word councillor because a councillor can be the deputy mayor or the mayor. You both count. So you really need to say 5 councillors. I don't care if it's the mayor or the deputy
Oh, good.
mayor.
I think
or
yeah,
not, but
that's
it
all
should
right.
be
Good.
5.
All right, that's better. Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm gruntled. Thank you.
Also suggest held late in the afternoon. Can we put that somewhere rather than at the moment? I think the briefing sessions are held in the afternoon, 1 o'clock. People can't get there in time. So if you were to say 3 o'clock or even 5 o'clock, 5's better.
You have the CEO determine a convenient time.
Yes.
Otherwise, it becomes too prescriptive. And it's, you know, I mean, it takes away flexibility. So something that the language is a bit broader doesn't mean, it means that you're not pinned down to one particular
Thank you for the comment, Councillor. Through the chair, I'll revert to the Director Community, who is keen to add value to this conversation.
Thank you. Through the CEO, while I understand the sentiment for evening meetings, we already hold governance on the Wednesday evening, which is a 3-hour meeting. Now, we could, briefings is done on the Tuesday afternoon. If we were to move it to the evening, it will mean 2 nights for the councillors and the staff and additional costs. I just wanted to point that out. It's ultimately a decision of the council, but I think there's implications around time, overtime, etc., and staff burnout.
Sorry, Councillor Moon.
It's probably, through the chair, it's probably wise that if we can change them both to the same day. So other councils have briefings every second Monday or every second Tuesday. Why don't we have the briefing on the same Wednesday, but start at, say, at 6 instead of, or 5 instead of it being at a later time. So you'll have both of them on the same night, and you'll have your briefing and you'll have your governance together. So therefore you're able to conduct both of them and everyone can attend.
The director would like to say something. She's going to be nice. Try to anyway.
Councillors, through the CEO, we did have the briefing and governance on the same day. It is a long session. I'll just point you to that. We could start it at 5, would likely finish at 10 p.m. We could do that, but again, that's a decision of the council and the overtime and the staff burnout.
Councillor McNaught.
Can I just ask a question? I remember in the past when I haven't been able to attend in my first term at the time that the briefing sessions were, they were recorded and I was given that Teams recording, given access to that. So, you know, in essence, I suppose, as long as we have enough people present at the meeting, you can look at that, you can listen to that anytime prior to and ask the relevant directors questions if you have that. And from my experience, I can tell you can play it on 1.5 and still understand what's going on. So, I mean, if we can do that, absolutely, you know, then people are across what's been said.
The Bread and Podcast.
Through the CEO, that's actually a current practice. We do record them and we do make them available on the councillor intranet for you, just to point out.
All right. Okay. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, there's a couple.
A few more to go? Okay.
Oh, no, there's just a couple of minor errors that I think need fixing up in the report. The date on page 203 should be 2025, not 2028. And page 202, section 12.1 should be the 1st of August 2029. That's when the new term starts. Otherwise, you're in the same term. I think it's just typos. But you probably need to correct them. Just check that. So on page 202 and page 203, just the dates are not right. You see, I did spend time reading through this very carefully.
As you have been since 2008, I'm sure. Now we vote. All right, I've been told we're now voting. All right, if there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried, but I don't see anyone who moved that again. It's not written down. Was it Councillor? Okay, yeah. I'm pretty sure we did move it and second it though. We did, yes. Okay. All right, that's done. Declare the motion carried. Com 03, page 207, tab 9, recommendation on page 207. Report back to council and implementation of open door briefing, governance and committee meetings.
Happy to move as per the book.
Moved Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor AJ. Any discussion?
Yes, full shadow motion.
Yep. All right. Cool. Do you have a seconder? Second, Councillor Monahan. All right. Councillor McNaught, did you move the first motion?
I did, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to thank the staff who were present during the discussion we had about this at either the briefing or the governance committee. It was very helpful. Look, I note the information that's gone into the report, the depth of that, including the costs and the taxing the impact it will have on staff as well. I note that the OLG has done an extensive study into this very idea, and that we are awaiting the outcome of that study, which is submissions have been completed, and we all were open to put those submissions in. So, owing to those lengthy discussions with staff and the report, I'd like to move as per the book.
Cool.
I've just got a question. On the 18th of June 2025, Council adopted Mayoral Minute number 7. The points are there on page 208 of the book. Point 5 says support in principle, subject to the report, open door briefing sessions and all governance and committee meetings. Subject to the report, is that the report in this book? So the report is that we're anticipating that the OLG is clearly going through a process. It's now Council's position that this is to the CEO, to any relevant director, that Council's position is now that we wait and see the outcome.
Through the chair, my interpretation of the 5.5 is support the OLG's report in principle. Yep. So the foreshadowed motion then just goes in advance of that and says, well, let's do it anyway.
Yeah, well, if I'm happy to explain why. Yeah. I mean, ratepayers definitely want transparency, and they want to see what we're doing pretty much in their name. Briefings, committee meetings happen behind closed doors. Ratepayers, we're asking them to trust the outcomes, but they don't actually see the process, and probably fuels mistrust in a way. Now, having an open door policy is simple. Residents can attend, they can watch online, follow the discussion. It doesn't weaken council, it actually strengthens what we're doing. People can see how we're making our decisions. They can get confidence in us as councillors, debating issues quite honestly and openly. And I'm just saying we should lead the way. Instead of waiting for the state government to tell us what to do, let's show New South Wales how transparent council we can be. Let's open the doors and bring everyone in.
Councillor Carnegie.
Look, I was just going to ask you, Mr. Mayor. I think it was a mayoral minute you may have. I think it was a mayoral minute that you may have put up that essentially echoed Councillor Rostevski's current foreshadowed motion. I just wanted to gauge what your position is on this, because I'm going to have to accept that at the time that I voted against it, and I'm happy to concede that that's the reality of what occurred at the time. I'm happy to, in hindsight, reflect on that decision at that time in lieu of the inquiry taking its course and what I've come to observe over the last month or two. And in knowing that and reflecting upon the previous decision, I'd have to say that I'd support the implementation as foreshadowed by Councillor Rostevsky. We want to reinstate faith and trust in the organisation. Then why not do what you suggested and raised in your Mayoral minute a few months ago, and do it now? I just wanted to know, what, as the Mayor, what your position was on this.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councillor Connie. I'm happy to answer the question. My position hasn't changed since, I think it was it December last year or November, I think, November. My position hasn't changed, so I'm more than happy to work with the Office of Local Government and the Minister for Local Government on reforms that they're doing. So yes, my position from November hasn't changed. If they want to go that way, then happy to trial it. Happy to be the first, if no one else has done it. So I guess I haven't changed, and I'm glad that others have changed their views and now want to support it. So it's all good from my point of view. I do know, as other councillors have said, not just here but across New South Wales, that there are challenges in doing this. If the minister has been a mayor for 30 years, so you think he knows, he's quite experienced and knows what he's doing, and I'm looking forward to once again his letter, hopefully thanking us for being one of the first councils doing it. Probably shouldn't wait for that, should I? Should council support it? So I would support the foreshadowed motion.
That was the answer that was the question I was asking. I've got an answer. The reality of it is...
I'll lead with that next time.
Yeah, we'll get to the answer quicker. The reality of it is, in theory, and I think the CEO says it best, this inquiry is arguably the world's best audit. Now, in reality of what I've heard, and in the intermittent periods that I've paid attention, there are scenarios where things like point 1, 2, 3 and 4 would pick up things like minute taking, the coverage of these meetings that occur, whether there be meetings in certain committees that make certain decisions that don't happen on the council floor. So I'm happy to accept that on reflection, this is the appropriate course, and we should adopt the foreshadowed motion.
He does have a few other changes in there as well, which I don't think We'll see how they ended up, how they go.
So do you agree with the foreshadowed motion?
Oh, yeah, I agree. But there's other stuff the minister wants to do as well.
If you want to put them in there, then suggest it to Councillor Rostevsky and Councillor Monahan.
No, we're not going to go there. Well, I think we can wait for those other elements of it, because they're non-consequential, and well, some of them are, some of them aren't. Yes, I don't think people need to stand when the mayor walks into a room as he's proposing. But yes, anyway. But there's other things about standing up when councillors speak. Yeah, I know other councils do that, but there's all those little bits and pieces. But obviously, they're not the main part. Obviously, this is probably the biggest part in improving transparency for the local community, which is what I guess the objective is. All right. So any further discussion regarding the motion? The motion first before the move as moved by Councillor McNaught.
I will speak for the motion. I'm happy to wait. I'm happy to wait to see what the OLG will put out. They're going through the submissions, they're forming their recommendations, and we no doubt will also have a raft of recommendations from the inquiry. So I would rather wait to see what the OLG come up with, and then by all means, if there's other things that people want to add on, well, we can go our own way and do more. But I would prefer to wait to see what actually comes out.
Wonderful. Deputy Mayor?
I tend to agree with that point of view. On the basis, I don't have a problem with the foreshadowed motion. The implementation of that as soon as possible is going to pose some problems. First of all, where are we going to hold it? We'd have to hold it in here. You couldn't hold it in the boardroom and expect the public to come in there. You don't know how many people are going to come. So there are going to be some issues as to where you hold those meetings, those briefing sessions. So, you know, holding them in here means this place is then not available for commercial use or anybody else. And so I think that's an issue. There are things that we need to sort out before we actually do it. While I agree in principle, transparency and all of that, I think implementation is an issue, and hence I think we should wait and see. You do not know what else the OLG is going to lumber on us. You know, it may be that they will ask us to do video conferencing. How do we... There are privacy issues. If people, are they just listening? Do they have an input? Can they have an input? Can they ask questions? Just like we have a forum here at times, there are issues there, I think, that need to be sorted before you do this. Just my point of view.
So can we just scroll down for a moment, please? Is there any other 4? Is there another point? Okay, point 4. There is no doubt, I would say, I guess, about the financial impact on this and implementation. Can I maybe just refer, and it's a valid point what the Deputy Mayor raises, can I just refer to you, CEO, about this, please? And
So, thank you, through the Chair. Obviously, the IT requirements, if it's, again, notwithstanding the commercial opportunities lost by having it here and then losing potential other issues. There's the fact that we need to live stream it. There would be an additional cost of not only IT support but IT infrastructure.
so effectively there's a cost there, because, you know, if we're doing it pretty much effectively the same form as we're doing it now, you know, there's a tech support, there is security. I imagine you'd have the security as well. Other than the loss of income and all that, that's another story. So there is a financial impact, which means if we refer to the code of meeting practice, then motions need to cover that. So I just wonder whether it's a matter of just actually having it quantified. Well, I think we have to have it quantified before we can resolve it. So that would have to be incorporated into the foreshadowed motion.
So if
Down in the report, isn't it? 14,000 per year.
What page? Sorry, Councillor Riswitsky.
209. I think we gave up our pay rises last quarter. Is there enough to cover it?
So if I can just point out too that cost is about open door briefing sessions, whereas the foreshadowed motion talks about committee meetings as well. And, you know, in the briefing session, we spoke about the logistics of committee meetings that involve children and people under the age of 18, like the youth committee and things as well. So, you know, it's a bigger consideration.
Yeah.
Look, I'm happy to move the committee meetings. I slash governance committee. I didn't know how to call it. Just call it governance and briefing. Oh, we've got the briefing here. Just remove committee meetings.
No, so governance is one thing. Briefing is another thing.
Yeah, remove committee meetings. So it aligns with the budget in the report.
So it'd be just briefing meetings. All right, does this, in this report, does it say governance or just briefings?
Talks about governance, yeah.
Briefings and meetings. These are all catered as well. Are they?
Didn't ask the councillor what the views of the world are.
Through the chair, can we have the director of
Community lifestyle.
Community lifestyle comment on this? Because I believe the cost will be a lot more than 14,000 a year.
Or refer to the CEO.
Yes, through the chair, Director, Community and Lifestyle.
Through the Chair, as Deputy Mayor and the CEO have rightly pointed out, this cost doesn't include the loss of income. The amount that was being specified in the report, I can confirm that was for estimated for governance and briefing. Can I just confirm that with the team? Yes, so that would be the indicative figure.
But sorry, can I interrupt you? Is that when they were being held on the same day or is 2 separate days?
2 separate days.
Oh, so that the 4...
No, was it?
I think, is it? Together. Yeah, together.
So if council wishes to move this way for a logistics point of view, I know you've in the last report you talked about evening meetings. Well, then we do one long evening meeting here in the chambers. It would be probably our recommendation because, or maybe not from the officers there, in regards to logistics of mobilising this for transparency. What we'd also need to consider is that if things are in confidential, we need to treat that as a matter of confidentiality as we do for the other members. From a transparency point of view, I want to assure the councillors through governance the reports are provided to the community, so they do get some transparency there. Briefings are a little bit different, but briefings are an opportunity for councillors to unpack the detail in the report so that you are open for a better decision at the end of the council. So they're just some points of consideration and ultimately it's a decision of the council.
All right, so effectively, if it's that cost is if you have them both on the same day, if you want to, and that's a 5-hour meeting then, right? Not dissimilar to tonight's, versus if you, and that will cover that cost. If you want to split them up, then you're pretty much doubling that number approximately or at most. So, can we get some clarification?
So just to confirm, that figure is 14,901.
That's what it says.
That's based on the figures that we get. I know it's an awkward figure. I probably could have rounded it up in hindsight, but we based it on what we charge for the cost of the council meeting.
And that's, as I understand it from the answers, that both be held in the same juncture because you're obviously recording both together and not needing the facilities for 2 separate days or 2 separate nights and having staff back on 2 separate occasions and they're recorded together, which in theory is pragmatic when it comes to costs and pragmatic when it comes to having them dealt with together. So it's got its advantages, that's for sure.
Yep. Councillor Monahan?
Yes, to the CEO in respect of, and this can be directed to any of the directors, in respect of lost cost for, or lost income from renting this building out, how many bookings do we have between 5 and 10 p.m. on a weeknight?
0. Yeah, through the chair, none to my knowledge, but the same principles apply as I described in the previous comment about we wouldn't lose any income because we wouldn't allow the booking to occur. We'd stack them up outside that, even if somebody wanted to rent this place on a Wednesday night.
And I actually think we can do them upstairs, and it's actually not the end of the world. There is seating there for people, and I don't think we've had more than 20 people here at once. But they can be fit up. Anyway, so we have an understanding. So point 1 is clear, although foreshadowed. Yeah, I just think with point 2, I wouldn't say the next scheduled cycle. I mean, I think you have to allow some time for it to transition into it.
After the next ordinary meeting?
I
Into
think
the policy. Just one sec. Directs the CEO to implement the policy as soon as practicable.
I think it's as soon as the CEO and the executive can organise for it to occur swiftly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it doesn't need to be October, doesn't need to be whenever they can do
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
And yes, I'll refer to the
Sorry.
CEO.
Yes, through the chair. Lee.
Thank you. If I can just add something, we do have a governance advisory committee charter. So if I can bring you to number 11 of that, it says members and meetings and members of the public, that they are normally not open to members of the public because it includes information that would be disclosed, and it lists a number of things. If we're going to make an amendment, we need to change the policy. And I would expect that would mean going out to public exhibition before we enact any of those changes. So to achieve item 2 is very difficult to implement immediately. There was also a comment made in regards to the Mayoral minute, which was items 5 and 6. This is not a direct response to that report. The initial report to that was actually tabled. The Mayoral minute was on the 18th of June 2025, and on the 15th of July we did take it to the governance meeting and tabled a very detailed report that detailed these options, and then that progressed then to this council report into what the recommendation states as it is. I think I've covered off all my notes. Thank you.
Through the chair, I move that it be put as per the book, if you guys would like to do that.
Yes.
Yes.
I think we've had plenty. All right. Right of reply, Councillor McNaught.
No, I'd just like to put the motion. Thank you.
Okay. We'll put the motion as moved by Councillor McNaught. If you can just move up the screen a little bit, please. Yeah. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? I declare the motion lost.
Call a division, thanks.
No. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 6-5 it is. Yeah, sorry. Okay, lost. I declare the motion lost. Carried.
Yeah, call division.
Call a division. All those in favour, please stand. Five. 6-5. 6-5. I was counting my double vote, which was. Those against? It's there. Don't worry, it's there. I declare the motion carried.
Mr. Mayor, is it an appropriate time?
It is. I'll call a 15-minute recess. Thank you. COM04, LG Annual Conference, Penrith 2025, page 211, tab 10, on the recommendation on page 211. Is anybody not going? Do they not intend to go? We have 10. All right.
So with this motion, Mr. Mayor, I think it says that submitting motions are due by the end of September. Is it possible we can confirm our availability and attendance between now and the next council meeting, and then at the next council meeting we can confirm the motions because it's before the deadline?
Can we just say that, make it a first in, best dressed, the first people to register with the CEO are the delegates? Yep, not sure. Yeah, but it would,
Doesn't it read that we get 10 voting delegates?
yes.
All right.
Yeah, but if 10 people aren't going, because you've got to buy a ticket to go. And
So we've got to let the CEO know by the 31st of August, as I understand it, which is really in 4 days' time.
I think it's, sorry.
For the early bird tickets, probably.
I thought it says that standard registration opens on the 1st of October. Does that mean we have till the end of September?
I want the early birds.
All right, can we just, for the sake of time, can we just do it that, once again, whoever wants to go, tell the CEO going, and the first 10 are the first 10 people who register with the CEO are the ones who are the delegates. All right? All right. That's great. All right, so it would be, rather than confirm the attendees, delegate to the CEO to determine the attendees on a first in, best dressed basis. Yep. Cool. Anybody want to move that way? Move, Deputy Mayor.
Can I just add, and I'm happy to second it, if we have confirm any motions they wish to submit at the conference, if we can put that on the agenda to be discussed at the next governance meeting,
Yes.
please.
Confirm any motions? How do we say
Confirm
that?
any motions they wish to submit to the conference post discussion at the next governance meeting. Is that okay?
Yep. All right.
Yeah, so just to add to that, the notice of motions that you want to put up, you probably need to see what has been put up in the past because they'll just wipe them. So I think we need to be need to have an idea of what we want to do, and we need to be positive about it so that we can get in. I've got a fair few things that, for instance, the 28 days that have been dropped about trailers and caravan parking, that's been changed. There's no limit. We need to get that back so that, trucks parking in residential areas. There's a lot of issues that are state government issues that we can't solve, but we need to bring up as notices of motions.
We maybe should also include the one that was to go to the national one that didn't get up on growth councils and infrastructure.
Sorry, councillors, I have to declare non-pecuniary less significant interest. I'm a director of LGNSW. I'll be staying in the motion as this has no consequential action. Yes. So we have a mover. We have a mover, Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor McNaught. No further discussion. If there is no further discussion, I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is COM 05, amendments to granting community sponsorship policy donations, page 235, tab 11, recommendation on page 236.
Happy to move as per the book.
Move Deputy Mayor, second Councillor McNaught.
I have a foreshadowed.
Yes, Councillor, your foreshadow motion. Sorry, can we remove that email?
Email's up on screen, guys.
The NGA 25. Okay, cool. Do you have a seconder for your motion, Councillor Rostevsky? No, it lapses. Would the Councillor Deputy Mayor would like to speak for your motion? No? All good. All right, you don't have to speak for it. Please don't feel entitled, but you need to. Unless you're passionate, please don't let me stop you. If there's any discussion, notice.
Just quickly, within 7.8, aid is spelt AIDE, foreign aid is AID. So if we can just make that minor typographical amendment, that'll be great.
Great. Sorry, councillors, I'm just mindful of the time that we have to get through the agenda. All right.
Wait. I've just got one question.
Yep.
This policy says it allows councillors to donate ratepayers' funds to overseas causes through an amendment to the grants and community sponsorship policy. Is that correct?
I'll refer to the CO.
Thank you. Through the chair, sorry, Councillor Rostevsky, just refer me to the page and reference.
Where was it? It was, well, it is talking about donating overseas. I didn't record where, but I actually wrote down what it said. But, let me just have a look, I lost my page.
Sorry, through the chair, I'll just refer to Director of Corporate Services who's found it.
Through the CEO, what the policy allows is an instrument on which we, or a mechanism for councillors to donate overseas. However, it's very clear that community, that we would go on public exhibition, community would be able to provide feedback to that, and it just provides an instrument that allows transparency as opposed to a previous, where I wasn't a policy position.
Okay, well, Section 356 of the Local Government Act provides a framework for the community benefit test. By allowing it to be donated overseas, it leaves councillors exposed to that framework. What's the answer to that question?
Refer that to the CEO.
Sorry, through the chair, you're referring to the Act, Councillor? Which part of the Act, sorry?
356, community benefit. Now, donating ratepayers' money overseas, I don't understand how we satisfy that community benefit test.
Yes, I'll revert to the Director of Corporate Services.
Through you, CEO, and the acting General Counsel might be able to further assist, but in essence, councillors represent their community in Liverpool. Your community in Liverpool is a diverse community that represents multicultures and multi-ethnic ethnicities. So should a need, a disaster or some occurrence happen and your community are affected because people in your community have family overseas, you can arguably draw the line that it falls within Section 356. If the GC has anything further to add, I'm happy if she confirms or otherwise.
Through the CEO, the section that you're referring to is a section about whether a council can financially assist others, which permits a council to make a resolution to grant financial assistance to a person for the purposes of exercising its functions. Those functions are set out in sections such as Section 8A of the Act, and as long as council is complying, is meeting those functions, making those sorts of assessments, I think it has quite a bit of discretion in what it can do. Council's functions are fairly wide, and it also has the functions that any sort of statutory corporation or statutorily created corporation would have. But I also note that in terms of the policy, there are some exclusions, and one of them is donations to individuals, unincorporated community groups or other entities not listed on the ACNC website. So there is some restrictions, I think, in that respect. So it wouldn't be like it could just go to any foreign organisation.
Thank you. I still don't agree with sending any money overseas, and if we did, I'm happy for us to subsidise it ourselves rather than putting that burden onto ratepayers, but that's all I'm going to say, so I'll be voting against the motion.
Well, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Rysewski. And look, I want to say, for the purposes of the debate, I know the foreshadow motion lapsed, but I'm happy to be a seconder to the foreshadowed motion for Councillor Rysewski, if Councillor Rysewski will accept it. All right. Thank you. All right. No worries. Any other speakers for or against?
No, just an observation, Mr Mayor. I didn't even get to see the foreshadowed motion because you made a ruling that it was no seconder because there was a previous email on the screen. So I'd appreciate the foreshadowed motion that you've reconsidered to second now that it's lapsed to be put up on the screen so we can all see and read properly.
Right.
Yeah. So this is the foreshadowed motion now.
Can I just ask a quick question in respect of the motion, the substantive motion before the meeting? What's significant feedback as opposed to feedback or insignificant feedback?
We normally have I think there's a normal wording that we do when things are on exhibition. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it says if there are no, yeah. Can I refer to the relevant director, please? Are you the CEO?
Thank you. Through the chair, Director of Community and Lifestyle.
Thank you. Through the chair, what this policy will do is that it still comes to council for a resolution. So we wouldn't be making overseas donations because of a policy position. This just is the instrument to bring it to council and bring transparency. Then it would go out to public exhibition, and if we got any public comment, we'd bring the report back. So in essence, you may be looking at a 3-month turnaround to get something over and donated because of the transparency that we're putting in line with this policy, which previously was not there.
Sorry, I was just asking what in terms of feedback, what is considered significant?
Yeah, and I guess the point is, why don't we have the normal wording that we have with every other policy that says, I think that's would make life easier.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not defined. Can we remove the word significant then? Would you be happy with that, Councillor Monahan? Yeah, I know it's we could. I'm sure there's a lot of discussion about what the words. Yes, if it's not quantifiable.
Sorry, come on. Sorry, through the chair. The problem with removing the word removes the threshold and now if no feedback is received, that you direct the CEO to adopt. What if one piece of feedback is received? Any feedback?
Yeah. What's significant?
I think significant feedback would make a material change or difference to the policy, and then it's arbitrary about what is significant. I understand that. So any feedback, one piece of feedback, and we go back.
We have this defined in numerous policies that we put on exhibition that if then, I think we should just be consistent in the wording that we use and just use that. So,
Mr. Mayor,
yes, Councillor.
I've got a question, but it's a hypothetical. But I want to ask it because I don't want to end up in a position where we were last time. And point 2 of Councillor Rostevski's foreshadowed motion that you've seconded says that amends the draft policy to explicitly prohibit overseas donations, ensuring that all ratepayer-funded donations are limited to beneficiaries within the local government area. The example being, for whatever reason, God willing, this never occurs, but there's a scenario, a hypothetical scenario, where citizens of Liverpool Council were trapped in a particular country for whatever reason or what have you. That wouldn't prohibit us from making a donation or a contribution to residents of our area that are in a foreign nation at a particular point in time, on holiday, for example. That wouldn't stop us from doing that because the beneficiaries would still be within the Liverpool local government area, as I understand it to be framed, correct? Is that... That's the intent behind it. If that's the intent behind it, then yeah. And agricultural community and FMC, yep.
Yep. All right. Cool. All right. Well, is there any other speakers for Councillor McNaught? Let's put the motion that moves as moved by. Can we scroll up, please? As moved by Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against. Declare the motion carried. Division. All those in favour, please stand. Against. Get 3 in a row, maybe. Get 3 in a row, maybe. All right, thank you. Next item is COM 06. COM 06, Council Grants, Donations and Sponsorship Report, 241, tab 12, recommendation on page 241. Move Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor Hart. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is COM 07, Policy Review, Civic Advisory Committee Charter, page 263, tab 13, recommendation 263. Move Councillor Green, seconded Councillor McNaught. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is Corp 01, Investment Report, July 2025, to page 283, tab 14, recommendation on page 284. Move Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor Hart. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is Operations 01, Litter Prevention Education Project, which is in Book 1, 296, tab 15, recommendation on page 296. Move Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor Rostevski. No, not seconded. Anyone second? Second Deputy Mayor. So, Councillor Koenig, can you turn up your mic, please? Yes, Councillor.
I have an alternate motion if they could put it up. Probably point 3 is where the contention is. If the report says if we're unsuccessful to use money from the budget without coming back to us, I actually want it to come back to us for a debate if we're unsuccessful.
Do you have a seconder for your motion? Seconded Councillor Monahan. go back to the, I guess my first question is, do the mover and seconder have anything, is there any middle ground with the foreshadowed motion? It's got number there. This is receive a note versus notes a report on the Liverpool education program.
I can't see where it says if it's unsuccessful.
Yeah. So what are you referring to in that, Councillor Rostevsky? Yeah, I guess what are you referring to is if what is unsuccessful?
If you read the report, it says something here that we're going to apply for a grant, and if we're unsuccessful, that we come back and just pay for general funds. Last paragraph. There we go. Yep.
Council could consider. Would they come back to council?
Please, Mike.
Well, when I asked for the definition of council last time, it wasn't us as council. It was another definition of council. So this precedence is confusing everyone. When we mention the word council, it's us as a body, and it shouldn't be used otherwise. And that's why I asked in the previous motion, what do we mean by council? And it was talking about a particular director. So based on that, I'd rather it come back to us and
Suggest an amendment to the recommendation, a point 2, that if the grant is unsuccessful, for the report for it to come back to council to consider.
I think doesn't it say that in,
It's
in the foreshadowed? Says it in the book. Okay.
saying.
Councillors.
All right.
For clarity, I think to save interpretations, I'm satisfied that it says council could consider funding this innovative project, and I think that we should. So I guess if the seconder is happy, I'm happy to put a point to the original motion that says, should grant funding not be successful, a report will come back to council with recommendations for
Implementation.
funding and implementation.
Deputy Mayor, are you happy with that as seconder of the motion?
Sorry, I wasn't listening, but just to change it slightly, I must admit I agree with Councillor Rostevsky's points 3, 4. I don't think they are in our original report, are they? I'm not sure.
Well, the current 2 is just replacing the
part of it. I guess, look, the only what I would just say is when it gets down to point 4 is how much report writing do you want the organisation to do? This is like basically an operational matter, something I think that we should be discussing in governance, that we look at funding in next year's budget. You know, that's the way I think we should be approaching these things. Unless you want to do some more reports and top of the reports.
I thought this was a report.
Yeah.
I'm happy with the motion to be amended just to include that to come back to us should we not be successful with those grants.
Yep. Okay, cool. So mover and seconder are happy then. Any more discussion about the motion?
Just briefly, is there a problem, though, with what Councillor Rostevsky is asking, which is just a report back with low-cost practical alternatives to reduce litter, including additional bins in hotspots, increased enforcement patrols, improved waste collection scheduling, and stronger penalties for illegal dumping? What's the fundamental issue with the request?
I don't think
we ask for reports all the time.
Yeah.
There's a as I understand it, reading his foreshadowed motion, he's given it considerable thought in terms of the application, and then there's a clear intent that he doesn't want the ratepayers to foot the bill, and that he wants the report in essence to support the ratepayers not footing the bill in case the application's unsuccessful, for the CEO to consider a report as to alternative methods. I don't see how Councillor Rostevsky advocating on behalf of the ratepayers by trying to get a cheaper alternatives with a low-cost approach to be a negative. I just don't see we all come asking for reports. He's asking for a report. We're blowing it out of the water when, in theory, it's a minor aspect. When it seems to be that funds are the consideration at the forefront of his foreshadowed motion. On that basis, I'm going to need to support the foreshadowed motion because it just seems practically more sensible.
My understanding would be that council is not in a position to enforce stronger penalties for illegal dumping. That is via the legislation. For a start,
That may well and truly be the case, but he's asking for the CEO to provide a report.
All right. Yep.
Just a clarification.
I'll refer to the CEO.
So, through the chair, Director Corporate Services.
Through the CEO, forgive me for the interruption, but with the motion, there will be many grants that we will not be successful for, and we would want it to end there. We would not want to come back to council seeking to use ratepayer funds. So if you're going to go with the first motion, where so a report will come back to council for funding and recommendation, it wouldn't be for all unsuccessful grants. Is that... Sorry? Yeah, it would only be... That's right.
So you're saying we should be amending through the CEO, amending point 2?
I think, as I understand what the director's saying, is that it's the grant funding, yeah, it needs to be specifically replicating what Councillor Rostevski's put, because he's left it limited to this particular grant application as opposed to... Is that the way I understood it, Director? Yeah.
Yep. Yep, mover and seconder look happy with that? Yep, okay. All right, no worries. Any further discussion, Councillor McNaught, on your motion?
Nope, I'd like to put the motion, please.
All right, I'll put the motion as moved by Councillor McNaught. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. Next item is Operation 02, review of the climate change policy and climate action plan, page 305, tab 16, recommendation on page 305.
I'm happy to move it as per the book.
Move Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor Green. Is there any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Bless you. Against, I declare it carried. Next item is Operation 03, 24-25 Capital Works Carryover Projects, page 312, tab 17, recommendation on page 312. Move Councillor McNaught.
Correct, yes.
Seconded Councillor Hart. Any discussion?
Yes, question. With the carryover, the projects, if you look at this, there's some 18% of capital expenditure was not spent.
18?
18%. If you look at the difference of what should have been spent and wasn't spent, I think it comes up to roughly 18%, depending on how you look at the numbers. It's a significant amount, I think. And I know there's certain reasons for that, but what can we do to reduce that amount?
I'll refer to the CEO.
For instance, does council have a priority list of funds that are not spent due to carryovers? If council knows allocated funds won't be spent in time for whatever reason, are the next priority projects considered, funded and implemented? So there's a bunch of questions there.
Yeah, we can project manage better, Councillor, and it's in my KPIs for this year, carryover costs. We expect that, in a typical workplace, I'm going to say a typical council, our carryover should be around 10%, around there. There's a whole lot of reasons for carryover. The other way is the way we treat them financially, and I've been speaking with the CFO at length in relation to carryover adjustments, because when we know a project's over 3 years and it's, say, a $300,000 project, quite obvious we'll carry over 200,000 and then 100,000, where we need to apportion a 3-year, $300,000 project as a $100,000 capital expense each year. So we spend 100,000 each year and don't carry over any of the funds. So we're working on a number of methods.
If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is Operations 04, Litter Prevention Strategy for Georges River Catchment, page 317, tab 18, recommendation on page 317. Councillor McNaught.
Happy to move that way.
Moved Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor Green. Any discussion?
I just wanted to thank the Georges Riverkeeper for the work that they do and for the work that's gone into this report. It's very important that we support it so that they can go for grant funding that helps to improve the river for all of us, and I would ask you all to support it.
Wonderful. Right. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Operation 05, Chain of Responsibility, 2322, tab 19, with recommendation on page 322. Move Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor Hart. Any?
Just one quick question. Does the policy address contractor accountability?
Yeah, yes,
For the CEO.
Yes, through the chair, yes, it does, as a subcontracting into council. So chain of responsibility does not absolve one. It by very nature, councillor, it is the whole chain.
Great. Any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Committee reports. Traffic Committee, Committee 01, 338, tab 20, recommendation on page 338. The last Traffic Committee. They've been abolished by the state government, but there's a memo coming out about that.
Question.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I have a question on that. In that Traffic Committee, we talk about Jardine Drive works. The question will this complete the overall works for Jardine Drive? The reason I ask is there are undeveloped properties along Jardine Drive, and usually Section 711 contributions go towards doing the roads and so on. Will that be affected?
I'll refer to the CEO.
Thank you. Through the chair. No, it won't complete them, councillor. In fact, there's comments there under G in relation to Jardine Drive that future DA applications will have to fund the residual works.
Sorry, but we're going to do the whole of the works, is that correct?
Yes, at some stage, as the development contributions come in, yes.
I was under the impression that works are going to commence shortly and that they will be completed. And that's why I asked the question, will it be completed without the extra Section 711 funds? I'm not sure. I thought the report that I read said that all of that work will be completed, and it gives the street names and so on. The reason I ask is that has been a bone of contention for several years, and council did spend a fair bit of time and money doing up temporary works, and now these are going to be permanent works. Is it going to be all done, or is it still going to be temporary?
A to F will be done, and then the left turn capacity for the westbound onto a future road, that'll be imposed as part of a future DA.
Okay. Any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Committee 02, Governance Committee Minutes, in the separate addendum booklet, page 3.
Happy to move that way.
Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor Green.
I have a couple of questions in relation to that.
Yes, Councillor Osowski.
Just bear with me because it's been changed. What committee number is it, 2?
2 if it gets in a different, yes.
Oh, yeah, there's the item in relation to item 5. The rate that's not in confidential, is it? No. Okay. The rate used for security guards to compare was $52.70, but the award base ranges from $26 to just under $29. That's the base rate, depending on classifications, plus penalties, plus super. How do they come up with $52 per 70 per hour, plus penalties on top? It's above the award.
I'll refer to the CEO.
Thank you. Through the chair, just trying to find that again. The number of books here.
Unfortunately, it's you've got to go to the governance paperwork to find it, and it's not attached. It's a bit hard to find, but that's what the calculation is on. And
can we take that question on notice, Councillor Osowski?
As long as we don't pass that and defer that and bring it back to the next meeting.
The Director of Corporate Support, can I refer to through the CEO?
Yes.
Through the CEO, staff, my HR staff actually rang and got quotes, external quotes. That's how the $52. It was an average of the quotes that they sought from other suppliers.
I understand, but we're actually working out if it's cheaper to employ them directly, and you need to use the award as the basis. And I haven't seen those quotes. That's why I think we should defer that item, take it out completely, and reassess it so we can discuss it with proper numbers in front of us.
Councillor Green?
Before it is deferred, my question would be, have councillors who didn't attend actually watched the recording? Because the discussion was quite clear that at the end of the day, having contract security allows far more flexibility than in-house would is counterintuitive to that it would cost more. There would not be the flexibility that by the contract in the long run makes far better fiscal sense than employing internally. So, I would argue that if, to defer it, and you've not actually watched the governance committee recording, well, I don't think that's necessarily fair to staff who've provided the information and did the presentation.
Through the Mayor, my right of reply to that is the recording did not talk about the award. We are talking about employing staff. By employing staff, the award needs to be used as the basis, not as a quote. A quote is used for externals. The numbers are completely wrong. We are not talking about flexibility. We are talking about numbers presented to us. They are absolutely wrong. We're talking about 100% difference in pricing. Therefore, that's why I'm asking for this, not to be a pain in the backside, but to look at it properly and come back with some numbers. It's all about providing a better return on investment for ratepayers. So just pull that one item if we can. Let's work the numbers, get some machinations behind it, and rediscuss it properly.
Yep. Any other further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? And declare it carried. Next item, the confidential items. Conf 01. Page 3 with recommendation on page 4.
I just have 3 questions.
Book 3. Yep. Let's move Councillor McNaught. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hart. Yep.
There was an error in the recommendation on point 1. In the recommendation, it's referring to the City Library as portion B when it actually should be portion C. Am I correct in saying that?
Portion C. Portion C is City Library, Yelamundi.
So we should amend that motion put before us where it says B, City Library under point 1. Yep, to the right of that, NDI clear.
That's correct.
It's in the book here, tender received, it says portion C, City Library, but in the book it says C, City Library, B, City Library. You've got B and C. It should be C. The second question is, by breaking up the cleaning contract from one contractor, which is what we have at the moment, to multiple contracts, I couldn't see anywhere in the report, does that work out more cost effective for the ratepayers?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer to the Director of Operations.
Through to the CEO, I'll refer the question to Elisa Rael. She's online.
through the CEO, we've developed the package model with 4 suppliers. So we're looking at it as a fundamental improvement in operational synergy. The traditional sole contractor arrangements creates limitations. The package allocation model delivers value for money through cost optimization, through enhanced service quality, operational resilience, stakeholder satisfaction, and strategic capability development. So, and we believe that it is better value for money, as well as looking at risk mitigation. So the risk distribution across the 4 specialized suppliers eliminates the single point of failure vulnerabilities and ensures service continuity and performance accountability as well.
Thank you. But my question was, do we have a number? I mean, I understand exactly what you're saying, but there should be a number comparing it. Is it costing the ratepayers 50% more, 30%? There has to be a number.
So when we looked at the budget, the 2024-25 financial year, council spent approximately 1.75 million on contract cleaning services under the sole provider. Looking at this, it looks like an estimated 2.6 million per annum, but the following key considerations have been made. So it reflects the increasing cost of labor and materials. And also we have formulated it so that the pricing will remain fixed for the initial 3-year term. We're looking at it accommodating a broader scope of services, so it addresses previously unmet needs that were not available due to limitations of having a single supplier, such as high access cleaning with windows and signage and intensive cleans. We are also looking at, once this has been awarded, that there will be a site-specific review process, which will be done by the suppliers to ensure accurate quoting based on each site. And this is expected to generate cost efficiencies as well.
That's worked out based on $1 million difference by splitting it up into multiple portions. I can't support something like that. In particular, portion A, C, and D are given to another cleaning contractor when the current cleaning contractor put in a better price. I just can't understand that in the entire theory in this, and as a result, I won't be supporting it.
Councillors, just to remind you that we are in open session. We've crossed the line of level of detail when it gets down to that. So please be mindful. And if you want to, we'll go into closed session just to err on the side of caution. So if there's no further discussion, we'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is Conf 02, Tourism and CBD Community Representatives, page 64. You can just make sure, yeah, there. Page 64, recognition on page 65, Councillor McNaught. Microphone, please. Director of Operations, if you can turn off your... Yep, thank you.
I'm happy to move as per the book, noting the recently passed Governance Committee recommendation.
Do you have a seconder? Seconder, Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Conf 03, Fire and Rescue New South Wales referral, page 81, to recommendation on page 82. Moved Councillor Green, seconded Councillor McNaught. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is Conf 04, page 100, recommendation on page 101. Moved Councillor McNaught. Seconded Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I'll declare it carried. Next item is Conf 05, page 108, recommendation on 108. Moved Councillor McNaught. Seconded Councillor Hart. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is Conf 06, page 112, recommendation on page 112. Moved Councillor Hart. Seconded Councillor AJ. Any discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Next item is Conf 07 in Addendum Book 6, page 2, recommendation on page 4. Moved Councillor McNaught. Seconded Councillor AJ. Any discussion?
Yes. I just have I don't understand. It says here, submit the RFP, analyse viability later and withdraw if not favourable. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Why aren't we analysing the viability
Sorry,
now?
I think we need this off the screen. Yeah.
Unless, I'm happy
Go
to
for
move
it.
into confidential if people want to discuss this. I just am wary.
So Councillor McNaught is moving that we move into confidential for Conf 07 under section 10A 2D II and DIII of the Law of Government Act because it contains commercial information of a confidential nature that if disclosed, confer commercial advantage on a competitor of the council, and commercial information of a confidential nature that would, if disclosed, reveal a trade secret. Thank you for saying that, Councillor McNaught. And that's been seconded by Councillor Green. I will put that motion. All those in favour, against, declare it carried. Thank you for everyone who's listening online. to read out what was resolved, but can we just need to go back up, please? Can you, I need to, we need to remove a lot of things from there. Do we not have the sanitized version that we can publish?
One and six.
The heading, no, none of this is on the screen.
So one,
The screen is not live streamed.
so 1 and 6 is all we need, and we can get rid of SBS in the subject.
Well, I'll read something out now.
Yep, but just 1 and 6. The rest can go.
Yeah, but it's not going to go on the screen. They're not seeing it anyway, which is, yeah. All right, so can we go move into open session, please? And open the doors and resume.
Yeah, that's okay. Just
All right, do you want to remove SBS then? All right. Yeah, that's not the end of it. That's fine. Don't worry. It's not the end of the world. So we're back. Can we confirm that we're back in open session and live stream is back on? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Council resolved in closed session numerous points, but for the confidentiality, sorry, I need that back up if you don't mind. Not all of them can be disclosed. What we can say is that council notes that council's EOI for 33 Moore Street, a tenant has been shortlisted, and that 6 delegates to the CEO the submission of a request for proposal to be put in by August 29, 2025. Deadline, noting that there is no ability to defer the submission and there is no obligation for either party to proceed with the project at this stage. On being put, the motion was carried. Ladies and gentlemen, that now concludes our meeting. Thank you for your patience, and I declare the meeting closed. Thank you.